County.
Welcome in, Community Center. For the first time this year, we get a chance to do minor hockey U16 U18 playoffs for the Grey Bruce Highlanders. U16 up first as they take on the South Tier Admiral Spencer Byers, alongside me, Michael Harris. And
Hello,
Michael,
Spencer.
it is so nice to be finally back here at the Bayshore for some minor hockey, and obviously already in playoff time for minor sports as the OHL gets closer and closer to it, and a big matchup here for the Grey Bruce Highlanders, who have played South Tier pretty well.
Yeah, it's a good game for the Highlanders to be in Owen Sound and hopefully get a crowd to the rink, whatever it is, because these are two fairly evenly matched teams, and the Highlanders have been able to get the best of the Southern Tier Admirals more often than not. So it's good to come in against an even match and put on a good show in the Bayshore. They don't get to play here very often. Again, you mentioned it's our first time in the rink this year for minor hockey, and for it to be a Highlanders game is kind of out of the ordinary. In the past, we've done a lot of Saturday at the rink, of course, Gord Chapman and Steve Murley and Ken Williams and all the guys over the years. So getting back in here, but Highlanders, this team generally plays out of the Durham Arena. Same with the U18s that we'll see later. We'll talk more about them later. They'll also play some games in Chesley, but mostly Durham. So for them to get in here, a little bigger ice surface, obviously a bigger, fans capacity, all that's not going to play a role, but we talked to an executive from the Highlanders even beforehand, and they'd like to get more games in Owen Sound in the years to come, just to play in the communities where all their players come from.
Well, and not just that, obviously playing in a lot bigger rink, right? Because it's a different playing surface. You obviously, with the attack here, some of the guys could watch. Like, I know throughout the Hockey Day in Canada, usually hosted here for the high school teams, a lot of the guys come out and watch. Like, I've had a chance to talk to Teos Joden before a game while watching the high schoolers play, right? So, it's a fun time for them, too, to get a chance to kind of just be around the rink and, have the guys be watched by, not just peers, but also some fans who will slowly stream their way here to the Bayshore to watch them play as they finally hit in the ice, as the flood was a little later than we had hoped. But of course, we don't run the event crew, and I'm not even going to attempt to try, because I really do this job well. I'm not going to try to do the other job well. But as you mentioned there, Michael, with these two teams being very evenly matched, that also has to include that the Highlanders have struggled this season with injuries throughout the year.
Absolutely, they have. Yeah, it's been a tough year, and we actually saw one player. He's from Owen Sound, so I'm sure his grandparents and parents are happy he's not in the lineup tonight. But Avery Yard, who lives in Owen Sound, he's not in the lineup tonight due to injury. The notes that we got, I think they only started one game this year in the lineup, and they didn't finish with it. So it's tough for continuity for the coaching staff, to put much together and build on when you don't know the lines. We know the combinations. Again, watching the attack, and you doing such a good job with Mark and JC in the attack, they're flipping their lines all the time too, and hard to get that continuity with your teammates.
Now, you mentioned again the injury-plagued Highlanders. Looking at a guy that has kind of been a part of that is number 88, Chase Snow. You see him there on your screen. He's played only 14 games this year, but has 9 goals and 20 points in those 14 games. So you'd have to expect in this playoff matchup for the Highlanders especially that Chase Snow is going to be a big part of their offense.
Well, and I know Chase really well. Again, exciting for me because these kids are close in age with my kids, so I know lots of their parents and know the kids. I get to coach Chase in some volleyball in high school. He's a great athlete all around, so getting him back into the lineup regularly, getting those points on the board, there's no doubt he's excited to, again, get in the flow and contribute to his team.
You also look at the Highlanders right now. Their top point getter is number 93, Lucas Tout. He has 36 points in just 35 games, so 20 goals in those 35 games as well. So again, looking at the stat sheets, just pure and simple, the Highlanders have a lot higher scoring offense, but they're still below the South Tier Admirals in the standings. Not by a whole lot, but still a little bit. So obviously you'd think then that the Admirals are going to want a lower scoring, more tight game here tonight at the Bayshore. Yeah,
I think you're right. They're going to try and lock it down. Their we'll see what goaltenders start. We'll pick that up as the game goes along. But Owen Sound's going to try and open this up. Again, you mentioned Chase Snow will probably lead that offense. And we'll see if the Admirals can control him defensively. The other interesting thing about this age group, Spencer, is this is their Ontario Hockey League draft year. This is the highest level of minor hockey anywhere in the world. AAA in Ontario, in Canada. And these guys are trying to make a name for themselves. Obviously, it comes on the backs of teamwork and build up your teammates as well. well. But if they can put some points on the board and show well, who knows? I mean, the Attack are on the road, so their brass isn't going to be in the stands here, but you know, that's all part of it, getting exposure, getting on Rogers TV. They'll be able to get some really high-quality video. Our great camera people and producers down there getting some good, not just live barn AI video for these guys to put together.
That is for sure. It's also definitely, as we mentioned it, with them usually playing out of Durham, which we did lacrosse out of.
Yep.
Not even, or almost a year ago, I guess you could say, now as we go into the new summer of lacrosse starting soon, which is why the hockey season's almost over for these guys.
Yeah.
But you know, you do have to look at it from that perspective as well, as just a different type of game. And you kind of mentioned it in the open there, Michael, with playing here at the Bayshore, bigger rake, bigger surface. That should play into the Owen Sound hands of being a little bit more free and a little bit more of a track meet, if you will.
Yeah, I would think so. Big skaters, I look for a guy like Chase Menard who can really wheel up and down the ice, use the extra space to create for his team and show what he can do. You know, again, as the day goes along, we'll figure out who's exact. We got the lineups, and we appreciate that from the managers and these two associations getting us all the paperwork. But there's been call-ups, things like that. So we'll point out who's playing as the game goes along. It does look like Knox McBride from Port Elgin, Ontario, is going to be the starting goaltender for the Highlanders. And we'll just see, looks like number 74 is going to be the goaltender of record here for, and that's Ridley Pone for the Southern Tier Admirals.
And it will be interesting to see how both these two teams attack here tonight, with obviously the playoffs continuing for both sides, and also again not being, I believe, their only games this week. They know that, you know, tired legs are a factor, obviously, with usually any minor sport, because you're playing a couple games in a weekend, you have a couple of games to go. So both these two teams really could use this one tonight. And I will mention that in the season series head-to-head, Grey Bruce beat the South Tier Admirals 3 out of the 4 matchups. The fourth one was a overtime loss for Grey Bruce, but in the playoffs, South Tier is leading. They had a 3-1 win back on February 21st, so the series is led by the Admirals. They look to, I can only imagine, ice this series here tonight.
Yeah, and I talked to a couple, like I said, I had a couple of the kids I know at school at OSDSS, and so Chase Menard, Chase Snow, chatting with them last week. They're really looking forward to this matchup. Again, on what we can call home ice, because it is their home game. They haven't played here before, but, you know, they slept, you know, good sleeps in their own beds and not very long drives to the rink coming up from Southern Tier. These guys, the bus legs. So you always hope to jump on a team who's probably got the bus legs and, again, get that home ice advantage and even things up. We can see Coach Chris Menard is over on the bench for Owen Sound, and we'll talk about the coaches as we go along. We don't have all their names. We do like to highlight coaches that give up so much of their time. We know Owen Sound, or sorry, the Grey Bruce Highlanders coach Chris Menard is also the head coach of his son's U14 Highlanders team, who play in Hamilton tonight. So he'll be leaning on his assistant coaches, Kevin McKnight and some other guys in Hamilton with his other son's team.
I will mention here for the South Tier Admirals, looks like they have one goalie. And as you mentioned there, Ridley.
They do have two. Number 31 is here too. He's hiding off to the side. So Noah Aubin is also here. He looks like an underage goaltender. So whether he's a call-up or playing underage,
he looks like,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, that would be a good question.
Because you're right. Oh, here he goes. There's the other one, Spencer.
Yeah, I was gonna say I only saw one for a minute there in the tier there, as they now go to shake hands before the contest here tonight. Now again, leading it will be McBride and Pone there.
If you've ever been here to the J.D. MacArthur Arena inside the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center, you know that the blue tin can, we call it broadcast booth, sometimes you got to lean way out, treacherously way out to see who's down there at ice level.
And I'm 5'4" to begin with, so making me have to lean is not much help, I'll be honest with you guys. Not much help.
Neither one of us are towering over things here.
And one thing I guess I can mention now here, Michael, now knowing the netminders for the Highlanders, is their main starter in Braden Newhook isn't here. He normally wears number 31.
Okay.
I don't see a 31 here, so I can only imagine that it looks like it will be Knox McBride, the backup, getting the start here tonight, or at least backup in games played.
Yeah. You look right here, folks, as O Canada comes to an end. Look at the difference in number of players on the bench here for Southern Tier with a full bench tonight. And the Highlanders are only dealing with, they've got 7 guys on the bench. So there's going to be no complaints of a lack of ice time today for the Highlanders. That is a challenge. And of course, in playoff times, those call-ups you've been using for other teams are going to be less available as they have their own playoff games, Spencer.
Very true, exactly. You mentioned their call-ups are going to be an issue as Fisher, the captain for the Highlanders, will get a chance to go to the dot, and he wins it against his counterpart there in Gibson. Quickly taken back, though, by the Admirals there in the offensive zone. McQuillan pinned him up against the boards. Puck does come loose and taken there again by the white shirts. Gibson. Around the net he'll go. Played up to the point and shot back down. This was the one there behind the net as that one gets shot down the ice, and it will be an icing to begin the game here just under 30 seconds in.
Yeah, so a little bit of pressure there from the Admirals to get started. I don't think that was an intentional icing. Kind of tried to curl it down the ice and just got over the red line.
You got to wonder how much of the Southern Tier Admirals are going to use that extra manpower to their advantage.
Yeah.
As they already made their first line change. Chance now, I think both teams technically did too, is now Hazen really couldn't get through there. And Clutterbuck plays it forward. Now away will come the white shirts.
Nice breakout there by the Admirals. Hit their guy in stride.
Behind the net again it goes. Taken quickly there by the home side. Played through the middle, blocked. Forever makes it that far, and the Admirals now back towards the net. That one shot wayward. Point shot blocked there. Back to the point it comes. Clutterbuck takes that shot. Well, wayward there. Chance at the hash. That one also shot wayward. And now Clutterbuck skating backwards right in his own blue line. Stopped up there at the blue line, and now Menard will make it in. Menard through 4 different white shirts as the line change is made. As Clutterbuck will go back in. Given away, though, in his own end, as that shot is fluttered into the slot. Fisher couldn't handle it as that puck is chipped out.
Little pressure from the Highlanders. That's a good response in that second shift.
Played forward now by Greg Bruce. Mishandled, though, in the neutral zone by McLeod. And now the Admirals through the middle as McLeod with a heavy hit there at the red line. Fisher played over. Menard will fire. That one just misses the target.
All created by good back pressure by McLeod.
That one again in the middle there for that looked to be Menard, but just couldn't get the 1T to go. Stopped at the blue line there by the black shirts as Girardi will now make it over. Stopped there by Snow. Held up now against the boards. Is now back again. We'll go Snow. Chase Snow right around the boards. Goes right through the neutral zone and we'll keep going. Stauffer. Right around his own net. We'll go the other way. Through the neutral zone. To a couple different black shirts.
Yeah.
And they'll dump it in.
Really got through, kind of cut through there neatly through 2 Highlander defenders.
Back for Stauffer. Looks to fire. He will scores! Dungas with the tip there in front. Makes it 1-0 Southern Tier. Not even 3 minutes in.
Didn't look like a real dangerous chance developing, but a good job getting the shot through from the point. And there you can see, get a shot through, get it on net, and good things happen. As you said, Dungas just gets a stick on it, or Dugas just outside of the crease, and it gets past McBride for the opening goal.
A good tip there off the Stauffer's point shot. Makes it 1-0 for the away side here early.
And you can see there, Spencer, it doesn't have to be a big slap shot. Doesn't have to be, which is, you know, I guess I'll call it with the, it's not so modern anymore with the technology of sticks nowadays. That you just a quick wrist shot gets it on net quick. Now we got the refs going to talk to the Southern Tier coaches, so I don't know what this is all about. Did you see anything, Spencer? I
saw Snow collide with a white shirt after the goal had been scored, but I'm assuming that was it.
Okay, so nothing came of it anyway, folks. 1-0 for the Admirals.
Face-off win there by the white shirts as Fisher tried to press right off of it. Played through the neutral zone, and McLeod will whack it away. Quickly back up for Fisher. Fisher now trying to sneak his way through. Played now behind the net. McLeod right into the middle, misses, but Menard's able to retrieve and spin fire blocked. Stopped again, though, just outside the blue line by the Highlanders. They'll go back to press. Stauffer back behind the net. As that one played up the boards and shipped into the neutral zone. Fitzsimmons off of the boards. And chopped around is now back in the southern tier zone. Played to the middle, couple different tips, goes right on McBride. McBride will play it the other way, but nobody home.
Little miscommunication there. They looked each other off. The eye contact didn't really work there for the Highlanders, for McBride and his defenseman.
Taken, though, again by Fisher, who will dump it in right on target and caught there by the netminder. Looking a little bit there like Dalton Barshow.
Yes.
As that one given away right at the blue line. McDonald takes it. McDonald just could not get through Chevalier. And that one tipped on target. And where is it? That one just goes through the blue paint, tried to get centered. That one saved again.
Yeah. Pad tight to the post, tight to the ground. Good job by the goaltender for the Admirals.
Snow down for McDonald. Snow will throw off his checker. Snow gets again check there. Is there some shoveling there between the, I think, both 88s? Yeah, with some numerical violence there in the Admiral zone as taken there by Willett. Willett now still trying to apply a little bit of pressure. Does steal it. They're right beside the net. Fought in for by McVicker and Wilmette as that puck will come loose. Snow tried to get around, couldn't. Comes out though, McQuillan shot. That one takes a couple different awkward deflections. That shot blocked there it's kicked, and a nice Alphonso Davies impression there. Yes. That one got skied.
We got multi-sport athletes here, folks. I think it was Girardi.
Yeah, it was Girardi.
Doing his best Alphonso Davies, who's hurt right now, unfortunately, but the best impression of the Canadian soccer superstar.
That almost was a punt there for a second.
Sure
I thought Pat McAfee made his way onto the ice for a second. Good gracious. That one got real high. Yeah. I've never seen that before, Michael,
no.
Honestly.
But good pressure from the Highlanders there after getting scored on. And there's better communication behind the net by McBride and his and Fitzsimmons, his defenseman. So the Highlanders are pushing back here. That's good to see. Oh, they've given it away though.
McLeod now tried to get away, ends up losing it again, but it goes back to his defenseman, and when they'll go around the net, played up towards the blue line. Again lost, though, that one by Menard. Fitzsimmons will come to retrieve the loose puck, who's chopped into the corner. Again, chopped back into the corner. Fitzsimmons will come away with it, and now it'll be played off the ice. Menard will finally get it cleared. Fisher trying to get around the defenseman there, not able to, as he'll go chase. Nice move there by Clutterbuck. Played forward now as Gibson and Woodall will tip it. McBride will stop it, and he'll leave it. Wilmette. That one played up the ice. Stauffer will take it in his own end. Played over there for McVicker through the neutral zone. Blocked there as the check is made at the red line. And McVicker gets a hold of Hayes in there and not able to get over the blue line. Chop right there in front of the Highlanders bench as it scoots right in to the blue line. Now through the neutral, McDonald will shoot it on target there from the red line.
I wonder if that's a scouting report or just a general attitude to dump it in on net. You either make the goalie come out and play it, or, oh, that was offside.
That's shot into the netting there.
But that's interesting, Spencer. You've mentioned a couple times there that they're not just dumping it into the corner. They're putting it on net, making the goalie play it. You might get an offensive zone face-off. You might have the goalie mishandle a little bit, and it bobbles for you on the forecheck. So we'll have to see if that continues and pick up whether it's a real coaching strategy or just it's happened a couple times.
Well, it's also, you can't get icing if it's on target.
Correct.
Which also must help. And if you can put it on target, you might as well. Because as you mentioned, that you might get a Vasa Tuscola situation, which I'll never forget. As that puck goes all the way down, was it not an icing? It was not.
I saw them wave it off. I'm not sure why it wasn't icing, but
and taken there by, I believe that's Menard.
Yeah.
Good save there by Southern Tier. Menard now tries to toe drag, lost it there off the poke check, and it will be chipped up and out. Willett skates and finds an option. Woodall lost it, I thought, for a second, but now a nice move. Gets around one, round two, and then met by Brown there at the blue line.
Yeah, good check there by Brown to step up and take down Menard. Just a good clean check. Nobody's hurt. Just separated him from the puck.
And Menard now or pardon me, McVicker lost it there at the opposite blue line as McLeod trying to get through, just not able to. As this game does kind of ramp up physically at the U16 level.
Absolutely.
As Snow finishes his check there as he enters the zone. Puck now at the blue line, and the offside will be called against the Highlanders.
And I will say here, Spencer, talking about the physical play ramping up, we do have some very experienced officials here. Dale Glynn, who's kind of the taller guy with the armbands on, or he's over there against the Admirals bench. He's been refereeing for well over 50 years here in the Owen Sound area. And you got Herb Lemon, the lines person, right there you can see on your screen. Another guy's been around this game a long time. Josh Gibson, the other referee. Unfortunately, don't know the younger guy. They'll all be young, but the younger guy doing lines, I don't know his name, but I've seen him doing a few games this year. So really experienced officials that can handle this level of intensity in the physical play.
As right now in his hair there dropped. That looked to be McLeod as that one's chipped up and out. And that will not go. Will go for icing against the Highlanders here as they stay down just by one.
Yeah. So the goal there by the Admirals, but good on the Highlanders for not going away. They keep pushing back. The game, in my opinion, has really evened out since that goal. Been some good chances down in the Admirals' end, and their goaltender has kept it out so far.
Behind the net it goes. That shot from an odd angle. Blocker save there by McBride. Chevalier up to the blue line. Played across there. That shot, good, I believe, pad blocker save there by McBride. Is now quickly up the ice. Will come on a 2-on-2. Snow looking to fire. That one blocked by the defenseman. Does keep it, though, does Chase Snow as he'll play it into the corner. Back for Snow. Can't get away from the litany of sticks and skates in the way as McDonald now will fire it in.
Good job by Pone to stop that and put it behind his net for his defenseman, but the Highlanders take it away anyway.
Fisher takes it. Snow, one-timer blocked. Willette, will fire that one. Blocked again. That one chipped, and Fisher couldn't get any, well, got wood on it, but got blocked in front, and now a chance to go for the Admirals. Out to play it and just around the net. They are lucky for McBride, as Willette now will go away. As Brown and Snow joust there in the corner.
Slight hesitation by McBride to go and get that puck, and then it was turned into a really dangerous play, but no harm done.
Nobody's scared to not finish a check here, Michael. Everyone's seemingly letting that puck go and taking an extra stride, making sure they finish.
You're absolutely right. These guys, both teams, and that's that familiarity at this time of the season, right, Spencer? They've played each other a bunch of times. They're into the playoffs here.
That shot right through the slot there by McLeod, and it will end up in the trapper there of Pone.
Great quick shot. That McLeod got that off in a real hurry. What couldn't be a one-timer as a left-handed shot in the slot, but on a stick right on net, and Admiral's goaltender had to be sharp.
And I believe causes maybe the first or second offensive zone faceoff for the home side.
Yeah, not many.
One around now there by the Admirals. Hare tries to get through and will dump it. McQuillan will shoot it back in. Not very far, however, as Clutterbuck now with it, as he'll get pressed. Up, tried to get it off the glass, but got blocked by Hare at the blue line. McQuillan trying to keep it in, and he'll backhand it back in again as Hazen will go to retrieve. Stauffer rims it all the way around for the goal scorer. Dungus let that one go. That one shot just wayward there as McQuillan, pinching down, will play it behind the net. Trying to get away there. As tried to be played back up to the blue line there by Menard. Not able to, but now will make it to McLeod. McLeod will fire it, and that one's, I think, blocked. May have been saved in the end as McQuillan. Now with it, McQuillan right into the chest there, and another good shot by the defenseman there, Cal McQuillan.
Yeah, and with Chase Menard right in front of the goaltender, taking up space there, trying to deflect it and screen the goaltender. But Pone stayed square, was you could see was right out at the top of his crease, his heels on the top of the crease, and well, he's a bit deeper than that, but he's out nice right where the tip's going to happen and saves it right in the target.
Played all the way around, stopped there by Gray Bruce, but immediately taken again there by the white shirts, right to the middle. That shot saved by McBride. As Fitzsimmons tried to chip it, that one popped out there by, I believe it was Dion. And now trying to get away. Was that going to be called?
Yes, it is, yeah.
And it was Chase Snow trying to get to it, but sticking the skates, and they're going to call it the trip.
Yep.
As the first power play of the game goes to Grey Bruce, and it'll be a tripping minor going against the Southern Tier Admirals.
Yep, looks like Dion there, number 9, or 91, sorry. Yeah, not much choice but to call that one as Snow was trying to skate away from him. Just got his stick caught between his feet. And this is a really good chance for the Highlanders. You know, you don't know with their short bench whether this is their number 1 power play unit, a makeshift unit, who knows. But regardless, they got a great chance here to even things up.
McQuillan, and again, a lot of space here too in the Bayshore. That one just kept in by Fisher. Menard, McQuillan, back for McQuillan. Tried to get to Menard, and that one tipped away by Hare. Fisher, right at the red line. We'll try to create some space here. We'll think better and go back for Chase Snow. Snow played forward now, and a chance for McQuillan to rim it around. McDonald will be the first one to it. Tipped it into the behind the net, just trying to press it. There was McVicker, taken though as McQuillan will try to take it away, and will. Snow shoots that one, blocked in front, and a chance to clear, not able to though. Fisher takes it back.
Yeah, good job Fisher McDonald to get that back.
Fisher shoots that one, I believe just missed the blocker there of the netminder. As Snow back at the blue line, and that one will cross the line as Menard was the recipient. Prayed right through the middle and just missed McQuillan. As the late offside will keep the Highlanders away from pressing. They now will press.
You see that 50 seconds left here on the power play for the Highlanders.
And finally a dump there by the White Shirts as stopped by McBride, and McQuillan will go to retrieve. McQuillan for Chase Snow. Right through the neutral zone, played off the boards for, it looked like Woodall. Snow may actually be able to go retrieve it. Played up the boards by the netminder, blocked. As Woodall over there, that shot will let right into the pads there, and it's smothered by Pone.
So the Highlanders have been most of this power play for the minute and a half down in the Admirals' offensive zone, but they haven't yet really been able to put together one of those cross-crease passes, whether it's for a one-timer or a backdoor play. The Admirals are doing a good job of keeping them out wide, passing the puck around, and not really penetrating the house and getting the puck to the net with any danger.
About 15 seconds left here on the power play for the home side as Clutterbuck's just going to hold that one up, and that's a great play as Hazen whistle will go, and some sparking there in between the two sides, which again you kind of mentioned it there. It's not only familiarity you could expect, it's also got to be, you'd think with 15-year-olds, you can only imagine the aggression they must be feeling when they get a chance to actually let it out.
Yeah, absolutely.
That face-off won by McLeod. Will actually end up right back at the netminder, who will try to clear it himself. Blocked. And now goes back down. Up now for Woodall. Woodall finds an option. Power play is now over as another save by Ridley Pone, and that will end the first power play of the game. And it will be an 0-1 start on the power play for the Highlanders.
We'll see if there's any momentum gained either way. As we said, the Highlanders spent most of that 2 minutes in the offensive zone. Had a good shot at the end there. So can they gain some momentum from that and keep the pressure on? Or do the Admirals, who had a successful kill, say, all right, let's go now and see if we can get number 2 on the board?
Fitzsimmons put it back into the corner there as it's dumped around. McVicker tried to clear, blocked there again as it finally will make its way out, and a chance here to go for the White Shirts. Fitzsimmons goes to stop the rush, and he does. Fitzsimmons now.
Yeah, good back check to the slot by Menard as well to take away any 2-on-1 option.
Stopped though at the blue line. McVicker's got to chop it in, and he does. Bonato. Held up. Finally gets free as Fisher will chip it off a teammate and get a chance to go and get it out. Groh will throw that one in at McBride, who chips it into the corner. Fitzsimmons will now retrieve it with about 50 seconds left. And to mention the rules, 15 first period, 15 second period, a flood, and then a 20-minute third period here at the U16 level as that puck just out of reach there for Gowley. As now Hare the other way. Able to try to get through a check, over skates it there for the second, and now Chase Snow with it will put it up the boards and not out of the zone, however. Played down. Woodall right around. That one also doesn't get out. Back down for Woodall, who will send it the other way. McQuillan now will have to go retrieve it with about 15 left here on the first period. Played back behind the net, and Chase Snow may have one last rush.
Whoa.
Forward. That one gets right through Gibson. Hard enough pass where it does make its way through, but as you kind of reacted there, Michael, rather dangerous pass.
Yeah, can't be giving the puck away right at your own blue line.
And
thankfully, that player's not a goalie. Number 21 let it go through his 5-hole.
that's a minute and a half, or a second and a half here in the first period off the icing. So we'll see if the Highlanders can get a shot here off this face-off. They try to tie the game here just before the second will begin.
Hazen is set up here for the quick shot, and it worked out.
And Woodall does score,
but
it's well after the buzzer, Michael. And you mentioned it, they won the faceoff. It got back to, you'd assume the guy they wanted shooting there in Nate Hazen. It just didn't end up with enough wood on it to get the game tied here as we get ready for this second period.
I wonder, I got to look down here. It is Taylor Stewart, another great employee here of minor hockey in Owen Sound, and then for the Highlanders today, running the score clock. She has been doing this for years. If she's a little late with her trigger finger there, that goal might have counted inadvertently. So good on Taylor to be sharp on the clock. So bad for the Highlanders, good for the game anyway. Yeah, so a good period, I would say, for both teams. Admirals jump out to a 1-0 lead really early on a good goal, a nice point shot, a quick wrister from the point that gets knocked in. But then the Highlanders pushed back. They had that power play, lots of possession, lots of time. I think they just have to be a bit more critical with their shots. I'm using a term that the late Glenn Juniper, an awesome volunteer here Saturday at the rink for Rogers TV, would say you got to be more critical shooting. Find the corners, find the edges. The middle of Pone's jersey is getting a lot of black marks on it right now with these Highlanders shots hitting him right in the belly.
Well, I will mention, I talk about it a lot at the OUA level when I do university sports, is the difference in coaching styles. And you kind of saw it there. The Grey Bruce side, it was a lot more laid back, kind of sitting, kind of leaning against the boards there. On the other side, for the Southern Tier Admirals, was really into it, was really very animated, very important what his message was, trying to punctuate it. So we'll see if that can will his team here in the beginning of the second period.
Yeah, I'm sure that message from the Admirals coach is don't take your foot off the gas here, don't let them back in it. But here comes Chase Snow.
And also, again, with the numerical advantage that the Admirals just obviously have. You kind of saw it there when they were doing their in-between period talk. There just seems to be a lot more of them. And again, there is a lot more of them, probably about 3 or 4 extra players. And
that'll be interesting, especially as we get late in the second period, before intermission that you mentioned. How do the Highlanders stack up with just their fitness?
Passed in front, Girardi. Great save there by McBride. Again, maybe the speech work is that great chance there by the away side is now back into the Admiral zone.
If we get a replay on that, I'm not sure we will, depending on when the clock stops. But if you watch McBride on that shot that comes out to the slot, as he turns square, he also comes out at the shooter, taking away any angle. So hopefully, here we go, we got this replay. Watch, it's a great pass out to the slot. But look at how McBride starts on his post, and by the time he makes that save, he's at the top of his crease, cutting down that angle. So it's really just a size and angle save, and really well done by the goalie for the Highlanders.
That one shot wayward. Retrieved, though, by the white shirts. Played across there. Gross shot. That one blocked in front by Bonato. Played back into the corner. Trying to get away there was McDonald. It's chipped, but not out. McVicker shoots it. Blocked at the blue line there by Hazen. That shot scores! Right over the shoulder of McBride. Makes it 2-0 Southern Tier, and the goal scorer on that one looks to be Chevalier.
Yeah, you're just going to see win a bit of a stick battle there on the face-off dot, and a real quick shot. There's no way that McBride would have thought that shot was going to come off his stick that quickly, but perfectly placed up in the corner. Watch it here. As you said, Chevalier's knocked down for one, and you're going to see him come back into your screen. Okay, so he's knocked down, gets up, shoots it right from the face-off dot. Perfectly placed shot up over the shoulder and the blocker side of McBride. 2-0 Admirals.
That one chipped to the blue line, but kept in by Bonato. Into the corner it goes, Bonato. Trying to fight for it there in the board play, and there's a lot of different shirts now in there, but retrieved by the away side as they flip it up and out, and a chance to chase there for Hare. Hare stops it. McQuillan now will try to put up the board. Stopped again, though, as Gibson will now play it across, and Stauffer will fire that one. I think that one went off the mask as Gibson will shoot that one. Tipped, and it goes not on target as that one also shot wide. Gibson back to the point. Clutterbuck will put that one towards the net. Blocked and took a couple different deflections before it was finally blocked as Snow will play it around, but Stauffer's the first one there. Stauffer, that shot saved, and whistle going to go as the net is a little off, I think, and that will force an offensive zone face-off for the Admirals, who you can kind of tell have really started off the second period hot.
Well, you said it, Spencer. You asked that question kind of coming into the period. Can they match the energy that their coach, I wish we had his name. Anyway, he was quite animated, and the Admirals have certainly taken the second period by storm, spending most of it down here in the Highlanders' end.
As McLeod will chip it around, get a chance to retrieve his own technically pass, but lost his footing right there at the boards and will end up losing it in the end as Woodall. Played over and tipped in there by McDonald. As played around there, McLeod will be the first one there. Put back behind the net. McDonald got stopped. As taken though by the Highlanders, played all the way around as Willett will go to retrieve. Willett there at the half boards, tries to spin. Got rid of it. McDonald now trying to get around. Centering pass blocked. Willett blocked again there, that, I'll say, pass attempt. As Fisher will have his pass blocked as well. McDonald spinning. Finally gets a centering pass through, kind of, but still not so near the target he wanted. It's a 2-on-1 the other way. Brown with Girardi. Brown fires. That one just misses the blocker there. And now a chance the other way as McDonald stopped, but Fisher picks it up. Fisher will pass it, and that McDonald shot will be skied.
Yeah, good stick there by number 22, the defenseman for the Admirals, to knock that one-timer away.
Girardi goes to retrieve there as Fitzsimmons pounds it off the boards as Stauffer will pick it up over for Lloyd. Lloyd through the middle there.
Could have seen an offside call there as the player hadn't quite gotten off the ice for the Admirals. Is the bench doors inside the blue line, and he wasn't off the ice yet before the puck came in. But maybe they give a bit of grace there because he wasn't involved in the play.
Stauffer will have to go pinch down and retrieve. Kept in the corner there. That's back again for Stauffer. Actually goes by him and dumped in. Stauffer stops with his stick. Over now. Chevalier shot. Saved there by McBride. Snow off of the boards, but stopped and put back in. McQuillan couldn't handle it initially. Given away though, Chevalier. Chevalier gets it poked off his stick, and Snow goes down again.
Oh.
And there will be no call that time.
That really surprised me. That was the exact same play that got called for a penalty in the first period.
And now away will come the white shirts. Played into the middle, nice move. Grider saved though by McBride. Rebound, that one put off. The net is off again. We'll see if they can fix it before a shot is taken. And that one put wayward into the corner.
You can see the referee looking at the net like he's going to blow it, but he must have checked it and it's not off.
That shot goes off there. Gibson puts it back into the corner, retrieved there by Fitzsimmons, and I think the referee may try to fix that net now as Fitzsimmons puts that one just by the netminder, and the whistle will now go for icing. As again, you mentioned it, I think that is a coaching cue. They want that puck on net as it just pitched the netminder there in Pone.
Yeah, and so the head coach for Southern Tier, Mark Quinlan, I think that's the name we got. He's got Marcus, sorry, thank you. We got a great staff in the booth. Pat giving us the information. Marcus Quinlan has to be so happy with how his team's come out here in the second period, firing on all cylinders, not giving the Highlanders any chance in the offensive zone.
Menard puts it into the corner, not able to retrieve it though as it's taken. Stopped though by McDonald as they pin him up against the boards. Puck does come loose. Nice puck now in the neutral zone, trying to get away there is Willett. It's poked and Fisher will retrieve. Fisher over the blue line. Menard's maybe the first one there, taken though by Gros. Up off the boards and at a play, and away it will go. That will be an icing going against the Admirals there about 6 minutes in.
That's a bit of a mini win here for the Highlanders. Menard was on the forecheck now. You can't see it on your, there you go. He's getting into it with McVicker for Southern Tier. Maybe Menard trying to fire up the troops a bit. But he was heavy on the forecheck in the offensive zone and caused caused him to fire it down and cause the icing. So a little pushback here now coming from Grey Bruce Highlanders, and we'll see if that results in anything. Certainly an offensive zone face-off is a good way to start. McLeod will settle in to try and win this back to Bonato.
Put all the way around, though. Girardi should be the first one there. Girardi has an option, won't be able to find it, but we'll break it in. Girardi fires that one blocked. Brown may be the first one there. He is trying to get around McLeod, as around will go Brown. Brown into the middle, retrieve, but stolen by Chase Snow, and it's a 2-on-2. Chase Snow will dump it, and will try to get around Stauffer. Goes right on target, and the netminder will cover it up as Snow will joust with both defensemen there.
You can see the little sly smirk on Snow's face there for a little bit. You know, and there's a good shot of the sponsors for Grey Bruce Highlanders. Barry's Construction, certainly a very generous community partner for lots of initiatives here around Grey and Bruce County. So thanks to Barry's Construction for putting some money into this program and helping these athletes have a great season.
Snow tried to get away, not able to. Put over now McQuillan. Blocked. Down into the corner now. As it's played all the way around, and Woodall does stop it. Chip, but can't find the teammate. It's now Girardi the other way. 3-on-2. Girardi waits. Scott scores!
What a really smart, patient play by the Southern Tier Admirals. What a goal. You could just see he let his teammate charge the net here. Look at this net drive. And he hangs on to it long enough that McBride has to look into the slot quick and see if it's going to be a pass across. And a great goal there by the Admirals to go up 3-0. A really well-executed kind of 3-on-2, 3-on-1 situation. And I love that patience by the shooter. Let the play develop and let the goalie's eyes get distracted by the net drive of the other forward.
Landon Girardi gets the goal, his third of the playoffs.
I was going to say, if you said third of the season, I'd be really surprised just the poise he had with the puck on that play. As
Chevalier plays it now down. Again, the second period's basically been all away side. Yeah. They're going to continue it here as it's played up to the point there. Stauffer played down into the corner. Trying to get away as it's now played back up for Stauffer. Stauffer will fire that one, tipped, and just went wayward.
Good shot by Stauffer. And Dion was in front of the net to tip it as well.
Chevalier puts it, tried to put it back in the corner, kind of lost it. As Willette now trying to clear, can't get around Dion. As fighting through there, it's played back up for Stauffer. Stauffer will play back behind the net. Chevalier. Played up for Stauffer. Stauffer's shot again blocked, and that one will finally get out there for Fisher and the Highlanders. So again, you can almost feel the pressure in, obviously the just lack of bodies with this injury-plagued Highlanders team really maybe showing itself here in the second period.
Well, I'm interested. So you see the C on the captain is Fisher for the Highlanders, but there are no alternate captains on the ice or on the bench. So that probably means that some fairly important players for this team aren't in the lineup. Those players that play that leadership role, often they're some of your top players as well. And that's just one telling thing about the type of player that's not in the lineup for them tonight.
That shot was saved there by Pone. As we went all the way down the other way and given away there by Bonato as Gibson was the one lurking. Right at the blue line there as McDonald threw a check, taken though by Garreau, and it's now a 2-on-1. Garreau will fire, and that one just over the net. Maybe had a spot there too.
I noticed McBride there. He wasn't even looking over at Hare. He's like, I'm taking this shooter, and if a pass comes, I'll deal with it. But that time, he didn't let his focus shift from the shooter and took it maybe off the head for his troubles.
That one into the middle. Brown makes a way through. That shot off the blocker. Made its way almost all the way around. Is now held in. Has played up and just poked out, but immediately shot back in as Bonato's the one there. Coming in waves are the Admirals. As that one played around, stolen by Brown there at the blue line, but given right back to McDonald. McDonald for McQuillan. McQuillan blocked there at the blue line, and a chance to go again, and it's another 2-on-1, make it 3-on-2. Hotham shot, that save, rebound, no good, Wood on it. Net comes off one more time, as we'll see if the whistle will go on this attempt, as Girardi can't get that one away, as Woodall will take it and try to clear it out. Stauffer stops it with a boot. That one towards the net, blocked again as the physicality ramps up one more time. Nice move there, just can't get through the litany of bodies. I think the net was fixed there by the netminder, might I add.
That's where if I'm the coach, I say to the netminder, push it off farther. Get us a whistle. Especially short bench, whistles and rest are good.
Ooh, and a big hit there in the blue line. Chevalier got dropped. I'm not sure by who in the end. It looked like maybe Hazen was the one who caught him. Fisher back for Hazen, never got clear there as Hazen again can't get away. That shot will let, save, rebound, comes loose and taken there by the white shirts.
Little pushback here from Grey Bruce. And it's not going to be icing because it looks like it maybe hit Willette on the way by, or he could have played it.
As now Willette for McLeod. McLeod played into the corner. Pone will go to play it. We'll go to McLeod. McLeod behind for Fisher, who will look to make a power move, not able to really collect it. Back behind the net it will go, taken there by Menard. Menard just trying to fight through a couple different white shirts, not able to, at least with the puck. Now puck played through the middle now. And played that one on target as McBride will stop it and give it over now.
Okay, the last couple of minutes have been really good by the Highlanders trying to push back into this game. There's another bouncer on net, so it's a consistent strategy here, Spencer, is to put those dump-ins on net, little bouncers, you never know.
And now McVicker's going after Fitzsimmons. I'm not sure if it was a snow shower of some description, because Fitzsimmons was the last guy in there, but McVicker, the captain for the Admirals, is barking for sure, and I guess you kind of mentioned it there that usually the assistant captains are the best players there, Michael, but looking at the lineup right now for the Highlanders of games played and not playing right now is Avery Yard. Avery Yard's played 25 games, has 23 points, is not in the lineup tonight.
Exactly.
You mentioned it off the open. Maybe that's a player there, obviously, the Highlanders would love to have in.
Yeah. And as we said, folks, we'll maybe talk about it even as the game goes along, but just with schedules of playoffs and things like that, all the Highlanders teams will be playing somewhere today. So the ability to use, also, if you have a big game tomorrow, do you want your U15 Highlanders playing in a tightly contested U16 game today, risking injury and being tired? So those call-up players, the affiliates, aren't as available during these playoff runs, which results in having not a full bench here for the Highlanders.
Very true.
So we'll see with the 3.5 minutes left. The Highlanders, probably the message from their coaches come, let's get one before the period's out here, guys, okay? Let's push back and get one.
And Menard was laid off the bench. The whistle will go, and they'll wait for him to get on the ice. And again, maybe that's just fatigue there as they're going to kick out Fisher and put Hazen in.
You can see his coaches poking at him to get out there. But that may mean, I wonder if they'll kick out the centerman, just kind of a little bit of a delay of game thing. Yeah, they will.
And look, actually, it looks like they're going to force Menard into the foot draw now.
Yeah.
And he doesn't, he's actually winning it in the end.
Yep.
That shot from the point, tip, and goes wayward.
Yeah, good looking shot, though. They're pushing here now.
That one's centering pass, blocked and taken out by McVicker. As a chance now again for the Admirals. McBride will stop it. Try to play it around for Menard. Blocked and taken. As Fisher will get away. And Fisher with a break. Fisher in, shot that one. Saved there by the shoulder of Pone.
Yeah, looking high glove and just didn't quite find the corner.
Fitzsimmons does keep it in for the Highlanders as trying to make another move there. As McQuillan shot that one deflected by a white shirt, goes nowhere near target. Has now played into the corner. Now into the slot, that backhander saved. Now really ramping up here are the Highlanders. We'll see how long they can keep it as that puck is shot down and will be iced by the white shirts.
I lied to you earlier, folks. Chase Menard does have an A on his jersey. He's one of the alternate captains, but I think that's the only one out there. So some good chances there from the Highlanders. It started with Fisher on that little mini break. We had to get a shot away probably before he wanted to as the back checker was coming. Tried to go high glove, didn't get there, but this pressure's good. We had the last stop at 3.5 minutes, and the Highlanders have controlled play for that last whole minute.
As Hare tries to take that one away, not able to. That shot blocked as it's played all the way around, and dangerous there, you think, for Southern Tier, but able to get away with it. So that puck played through the middle, and a chance now to go as stopped there by McQuillan. McQuillan gets around, puck stopped, and now McLeod backhands it towards the net. That one steered, but just wide there by McDonald. Snow, McQuillan fighting for it. Gibson will take it and get away. Gibson through the middle will miss his intended target, and that will be another icing.
Yeah, you could see him looking for Nevinger, and I thought it was the right plays looking for, but Nevinger maybe didn't quite see it developing the same way. Instead of bursting into the open, he actually kind of backed off. I think he maybe thought Gibson was going to carry the puck. But either way, another icing here, and another face, so there's another 36 seconds the Highlanders have controlled the play, so they're starting to push back a little bit here and late in the second period.
Fitzsimmons will stop it right near his bench, taken though by the white shirts, and it'll be a 2-on-2 as Dion will fire that one. Save there as it's skied over the net for McBride. Played all the way back to the point there. McVicker will fire that one high and covered up there by McBride.
Yeah. Now again, another nice, just solid positional save by McBride. Came out, cut down the angles. And so this push back by the Highlanders, now the Admirals get a chance. Really, it would be nice for the Highlanders to get one goal before the end of this period, go into the break. Because that break, when you're down 3, that break can seem like a really long one. If you can do something really positive here in the last minute and a half, the break can feel real short and get back here on your horse to start the third.
Played back behind the net there. Willette tries to get away for Menard. Menard able to get around one, and he'll go. Menard shot that one off the blocker in the end by Pone. Has stopped there at the blue line, but taken again there by Dion, who will put it all the way around. Stop there at the blue line again as the Highlanders not able to keep it. Chase Snow now will make his way around. Snow, round 1, round 2. Snow a chance to put it in the middle, and that one stopped before it got to Fisher. Snow will retrieve it. That shot saved. Fisher just couldn't get any wood to it as it will be chipped up and out. And Fitzsimmons will have to go retrieve it.
25 seconds left here.
Nice move now.
Oh.
Just cannot handle it though as McDonald, it looked like it's going to be flipped up and out. Chance now to play it though. Willette's got to play as Brown was hot on his tail. McQuillan now go through the neutral zone, played in, and that will get scoot through. Gowley in the middle, McQuillan got it. That shot off of a boot there in front. That shot off an odd angle, saved, and then it will go off as the period ends, and some jousting will begin as the flood's about to begin here.
The Highlanders got to be careful here. They can't afford to go down any more men.
As I think Pone trying to get in the middle of it to save his players.
Yeah, yeah, you might be right.
Because I was with the referees there for a second. I thought he was trying to initiate some stuff, and then I realized, no, maybe he's just trying to get in between his athletes and their athletes. Because, again, if you're Southern Tier, you're up 3-0. What are you mad about? And I'm kind of with that, too.
Exactly.
You know, in fairness of, you don't want any guys taking advantage of, obviously, your netminder there, Ridley Pone, or any of your other players. But, you know, when you're up 3-0 and dominated that second period as much as they did, Michael, you can almost say, you know, hey, let's just go back to the locker room because they're the ones that got to come back against us. We can just kind of, you know, play status quo and come up with a big win here and go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, oh, exactly. I'm just looking over at the benches here, and they're having a bit of a conference there. The coach, Marcus Quillen, called the refs over, and I don't know if it's the trainer for Owen Sound, for the Highlanders, that they're talking to. You know, sometimes a team, if they can't travel with their trainer, then they just get the other team's trainer to kind of sign off to say they'll do the job for both teams. So I don't know if there was I didn't see an injury or anything there. I wonder, I don't really know what's going on here.
It also, honestly, could just be the referees telling them, hey, tell the guys in the locker room to cut it out.
Maybe, but that's Jeff Flooney, who's the trainer for this U16 team. This actually isn't his regular team because his son, I'm sure, well, probably, will be starting in net for the U18 goalie, U18 Highlanders in our game coming up after this third period. You can see some of those players warming up there on your screen right now.
Obviously watching this one as well here between the U16 Grey Bruce Highlanders and the Southern Tier Admirals. And Michael, obviously a pretty dominant showing so far here by the Admirals, but still one more period to go, and it's a full 20. They'll get the extra 5 minutes to get a chance to work, and with the 10-minute intermission here they'll have with the flood in and just a chance to take a break, this is maybe the best chance the Highlanders are going to have in being able to come back.
Yeah, it really is. Like, you know, sometimes these breaks, it's like a mini time, or not a mini timeout, it's a longer timeout. The first 10 minutes of that second period were all Admirals. And then the Highlanders started to push back after they got down 3-0. I'd say to you, from 3.5 minutes till the end of the period, it was all Highlanders down there. Some really good chances, some good saves by Pone in net for the Admirals. So this could be that maybe Coach Chris Menard does get a bit more animated. We won't see it, of course, they're in the dressing room. But is this the chance for the Highlanders to say, okay, guys, we got them here. We're tired at the end of in the second period. We got no subs. 10 minutes here to regroup, to reset, get some water into you, maybe have a power bar or something like that, and come back out really firing for the third period.
And again, they got to, for their season down already 1-0 in this series, a 3-1 loss to Southern Tier already in this playoffs. They could really use the big one here today, Michael, but again, down 3-0 through 30 minutes of play. They're really going to need this last 20 to be maybe their best period of their season, even with the lack of manpower, the lack of subs, you mentioned it there.
Well, I mean, I know they'll come out pushing, you know, and I don't know about you, Spencer, but when I was 15 years old, I wanted to be on the ice all the time. So as a player, I wouldn't have thought this was a problem, having a short bench. It's like, yeah, get me out there, get me rolling. And that's the attitude that the players have to come out with for the Highlanders is, I want to be on the ice all the time. I'm tired, doesn't matter. My legs hurt, doesn't matter. I'm 15 years old, I can fight through this. And my fitness is great, get me out there. If they can get a goal early in that in this third period coming up in about 10 minutes, that will go, you know, you'll hear it, the commentators say it goes right to their legs, and that could really spur them on. McBride made some good saves in that period, came out square to the shooter, really used his angles well. The 3 goals that have got past him are certainly not on him as the goalkeeper for the Highlanders. But, you know, the Admirals aren't going to quit either. They see an opportunity really to put their foot on the throat of the Highlanders and kind of knock them out. And that's something you relish as the visiting team also. Well,
and I think, Michael, before we go for our break here before the third and potentially final period, is with the bigger bench there for the Southern Tier Admirals, you have to kind of expect they're just kind of thinking in their locker room of, hey, if we play the way we did the first 2 periods, this game's all ours. Because they're not going to be able to keep up with us throughout that third period if we're able to do what we're supposed to do, right? So I think that is the double-edged sword here of the big break, is they now even get a longer chance with all their guys and with all their extra bench players there to be able to really use that break and maximize it. But we'll have to see who it maybe helps most. And I think that first 5-10 minutes of the third is really going to show us who will be the victor of this game. If the Highlanders come out hot and are able to get one early, or at least kind of fight for one early, or if the Admirals are able to put a 4th or 5th one and really put a stamp on this one.
Well, and you said it, right? The Admirals are up 3-0 with a full 15 skaters or whatever the count is. This allows that coach to roll all 3 lines. At this level of AAA hockey, as I said, we're going to see this is the highest level of hockey that exists in minor hockey, right? These guys are all getting ready for the OHL draft, Junior B, Junior C, maybe U18, but they shorten benches. They've got power play units, penalty kill units. You know, late in games, some guys get skipped over. But when you're up 3-0 and have a team that has a short bench, you're rolling everybody, keeping your guys going, keeping everybody into the game, and that's really great freedom to have as Marcus Quinlan, that coach for the Admirals.
Yeah, and we'll just have to see what the third period has in store for us about 5 minutes before it, and we'll take our break, and we'll see you back here for the third period after this. third period, showing you all 3 goals and all the physicality
Yeah.
between these two sides, Michael, which again we kind of mentioned throughout, and you can continue as these two teams have definitely kind of ramped up, and you can only imagine the physicality is going to continue to go up as especially this third period continues, especially if Grey Bruce thinks their season maybe coming to an end, and you obviously don't want that. So
No.
you can only imagine that they're going to try to ramp it up and try to get themselves back in this contest, down 3-0 going into this third and potentially final period. You saw the jousting there right at the end of the second.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So it could go a couple different ways. You figure Owen Sound's going to use their physical play to get in on the forecheck, bump people around, try and sneak one in here early. And then also if the Southern tier happens to put one in early, does Owen Sound ramp up the physical play out of frustration? It could go either way. Well, we know both these teams are going to come out here flying. Mike Pledger did a great job getting the Zamboni work done quickly here at the J.D. MacArthur Arena. And again, lots of people go into these game days, let alone we'll call them game ops here at the Bay Shore. So good for Mike out there. And we're back on third period here. Highlanders need a goal early.
McBride around. Has played back. As that puck almost jumped off the stick there, is now a chance to go for the Highlanders. Hazen will play it in as Fitzsimmons will go chase. Chasing Clutterbuck, taken, and puck back for the home side as that one just goes by Fisher. Stopped there by McBride. As picked back up there by Fisher, the captain. Played up and just tipped in there, but Fitzsimmons will now go for the change as the Admirals will go into their own end. Almost skated over there by Stauffer as he'll play it up for Brown. Brown right through a check.
Yep. Golly couldn't hold him up there at the line.
Girardi right in, and that one just missed the slot target. There is Girardi again, who has a goal here today. Played down low and played in there by Hotham.
I feel like on display early in this period is why they do that flood after 2 periods. The puck is moving much more smoothly than it was late in that second period as they resurfaced the ice. Really important at this level how hard these guys skate and how much they rip it up.
And you can only imagine the next game as well, the U18 game.
Yeah.
As Woodall tried to get through, not able to, as that puck is flipped up and out.
Looked like could have been some danger there in the slot, but the Highlanders couldn't find the puck as it lay dangerously between the hash marks.
As Willette tries to go around the net, loses it to Brown there. Brown back to the point. That shot right off a foot there, and it's Snow. As Snow will go chase. Played up, McVicker. Stop of the blue line as Brown will chip it in. Offside there for the Admirals as a chance now to skate for Grey Bruce. Chevalier lost it there to Snow.
Snow gave a cross check and took a slash. He kind of played it up a little bit, but the refs weren't falling for that.
I'm also not sure if he maybe hit him or there was no padding.
Yeah, I'm sure he did. These guys are smart with those little whacks.
That one played around there by Pone. Pushed now there by Bonato. There was Chevalier who plays it back around McVicker. Played all the way down. Was it touched? It must have been. No icing there as a change for the away side as behind the net will go the Highlanders. Was it
now
touched?
it's going to be icing the other way.
No, it was.
No, it wasn't.
Hazen did touch it.
Okay, that's what they were yelling was touch, not ice. Okay.
And it's now Clutterbuck. Given away there in the neutral zone. Trying to get through there was Woodall. Hazen retrieves. Hazen just couldn't fire or get it over to Fisher.
Yeah, good read by Woodall on that cross-ice pass. Picked it off, but the Highlanders couldn't capitalize.
McQuillan will try to stop Gibson before he can retrieve. Hare goes to join, and so does a black shirt, and it's taken there by Fisher. Fisher fighting through a check as he'll dump it in right at the red line. Pone will stop it, and wait a second. Whistle's gonna go.
Yeah, number 10 here for the Admirals is getting a penalty.
And it was called, I think, by the linesman,
I saw Dale Glynn here, the referee skate into your screen with a hold, yeah. So Madden Hare with a penalty here. This is an interesting time. Highlanders did a good job of controlling the puck on their last power play. They didn't get a goal, but let's see. This could be something that ignites a comeback.
Snow for Menard. Over for McDonald. McDonald will put it on towards the net. Menard off as a couple of skates. Comes loose. That shot blocked there. I believe that was Snow as McLeod will try to get away.
Yeah, that was a good job by McLeod to get back. That was almost a 2-on-0 breakaway for the Admirals if McLeod mishandled that puck.
And now McLeod goes into Brown as McDonald will dump it in. Groh will pin himself against the boards there as Menard will push. 3 different black shirts go in to retrieve it, and they do. McDonald up for McQuillan. McQuillan will fire that one, tip wayward there by McLeod.
Yeah, good looking shot from the point though. There's another one.
Snow, that one also blocked in the end there by McDonald as that one rimmed around, and we'll get through McQuillan. As both teams, I think, will go for a change here. With about a minute left on the power play. Second of the game for the Highlanders. They are 0 for 1 so far as Snow will quickly make it through the neutral zone. Snow in, shot that one off of a shoulder there of Pone.
Had two guys going to the slot and chose to take the shot instead.
Willett retreats as Gibson will apply a little bit of pressure here. Fisher. As Fisher now, right to the neutral zone. Shoots that one right into the glove and covered there by Pone as well.
So those last 2 shots were really bad angle shots by the Highlanders, hoping maybe for a rebound to sneak out to a player in the slot, but not very high percentage shots from those angles. I don't know if you can hear the music through your televisions, folks, but of course the ever-present Fred Wallace, Owentown Sports Hall of Famer, on the public address system today, announcing goals and playing music for the crowd. So always good to have Fred in the building.
That shot just, I don't believe, touched the netminder there.
No.
The attempt by Gray Bruce here at the latter stages of this power play was Hazen, as Hazen now with it may have one more rush in with 10 seconds up from the power play. Hazen lost a footing right at the red line, and Willett will now take it, and that will probably end what was an 0 for 2 now on the power play.
And Hazen, I was looking at him, he's from Richmond Hill, sort of outlining how the OMHA's gotten rid of any boundaries for players. You can go play wherever the heck you want. Find a spot that suits you and go play. So Hazen doing a lot of driving from Richmond Hill up to Durham and Ayton and Markdale, all the different places the Highlanders play out of.
That shot saved there by McBride. A Hare now with it. Over. Back up now for Stauffer. Stauffer will pass it, I would say, as now retrieved. Power moved there to the middle. That shot deflected a couple times. Hare with it. We'll try to go the wraparound. That one stopped by his skate, I believe.
Yeah, Willett might have got over there with his stick, but yeah, didn't come out front.
And now Hazen will go, and it's a chance to skate. Clutterbuck trying to keep him to the outside. Does, as nice move there by Hazen. Another nice move there by Hazen, but he got clipped, and the Hare whistle will go to Hare, and Hazen got caught there with the knee, maybe.
Getting a knee, yeah.
We'll see.
Second straight penalty for Hare. He's going to get a tripping penalty.
And Hazen has not gotten up yet. Now here comes the trainer.
Yeah.
We'll see if we have a replay of it, because Hare, was not exactly happy the whistle was blown, but he definitely caught poor Nate Hazen there.
Yeah. So Hazen is up. That's good to see. It looked maybe like a Charlie horse, who I don't know. Of course, we're not the leg of Hazen there. Jeff Flooney, the trainer, who I believe does act as the trainer for the U18 Highlanders as well, because his son Jacob is one of the goalies. You can see it here.
Yeah, that's knee on knee.
He did. He got his knee out there, didn't he? And it's always a reactionary play. Like, I think in these situations, certainly you're not going to assume Hare went into that trying to hurt somebody. The guy makes a little bit of a juke, and your reaction is just to stick your leg out. But it's a dangerous play. Good to see Hazen got to the bench with a little bit of help. We'll have to keep an eye on him.
We'll see if he plays. That might be another man down there for the Highlanders. They go to their third power play of the game. McMillan.
And he did not go back to his spot on the bench. He's off to the side, still talking to trainer Flooney.
Fisher couldn't get that one through. It goes over for Snow. Snow quickly up from McQuillan. Back down for Snow. Snow tried to go across the tee there. That one's whacked and kept in. No, it was not. It was out there as McQuillan tried to keep it.
So interestingly, folks, it never touched the ground out of the zone, but it flipped up in the air and broke the plane. And the linesperson, the one guy linesperson whose name I don't know, he was astute on that and called it out of the zone.
As Fisher now from his own end will skate it up, and that one chipped, and it goes high. Menard will fling it back to the red line.
And you can see on this number 1 power play unit, they've got Chase Snow playing one of the defensive positions. So 4 forwards and a defenseman.
Snow making all the way around, played off of the boot there of McVicker. As Snow kind of collided there with McDonald. Snow back up there for Menard. Menard will fire that one, blocked by a forward in front as Snow.
Yeah, 40 seconds left here on the power play.
And a whistle's gonna go, and who's getting the call?
Is it both of them, or is it just McMillan? Or
McVicker and
McQuillan or something?
And it looks like it'll just be McDonald?
Oh, I got all the mixed up there. Sorry, folks.
There are a lot of mix.
Yeah.
As McDonald will go for 2 for interference. I didn't catch it, so hopefully Pat Quigley and Dave McIntyre in the control room here today get a chance to give me a second look at it, because I was watching the puck and
Same with me, Spencer.
I saw the whistle go.
They got tied up definitely with the defender in front of Pone there, the goalie for the Admirals. So it takes away a good chance for the Highlanders.
4-on-4 now for about 40 seconds before a power play for the first time tonight will go in favor of the Southern Tier Admirals, as we're about 8 minutes into this third, potentially final period. Willette now trying to fight through, not able to. Too many white shirts in the way.
Yeah, 3 penalties, if I have my math correct, for the Admirals, and this is the first one for the Highlanders. So they've done a good job staying out of the box, and certainly if they want to have a chance to come back, they can't start getting penalties.
You have to think that was probably a big point of emphasis there, Michael, with obviously, again, lacking the depth on the bench.
Absolutely.
You can't take too many minors, or you're just going to run out of players. As the Hare now out, he'll have a chance to play here. I thought he was going to make a mad dash at Woodall, but he ends up just jumping the bench and going for the change, as Woodall tries to get through a litany of white shirts, plays it back now for Fitzsimmons, who will play it forward, and Stauffer will now go the other way on the power play. Well, about a minute left in it.
I don't know if you can see it there, folks, on your screen when they pan the Highlanders bench, but Hazen has not returned to his spot on the bench. He's still off to the side speaking with the trainer for the Highlanders, so hopefully he's okay. So we'll see if he makes it back out on the ice today.
Gibson. All the way around. That one off the mask. Right in front. It gets poked around and it comes back out for Stauffer. Stauffer over Gibson. Gibson fired over there. That shot saved there, and a couple extra whacks, and a little joust there at the front of the net.
Yeah.
As I believe the shooter was Chevalier.
Yeah. So we've been putting a lot of emphasis today on the lack of manpower for the Highlanders, and I mean, you have to play with the players you've got, but we get into these situations like a penalty kill, like a power play. At this level of hockey, you have different units that you've developed. You've got your number 1 power play unit, your number 1 penalty kill. If you're missing those key players, it can really throw a lot off. And so it just doesn't allow you to be quite as sharp. Regardless of the number of people you have, you're likely missing key players in those really specific situations.
McVicker over for Gibson. He's able to skate into it. That shot off the shoulder there, and it skied basically right where it was shot from. As now the power play is about to expire. 0 for 1, and the power play will go the Admirals. So 0 for 4 between these two sides. As Snow will play that one off a skate. McVicker will keep it. As that one shot in.
Nice pass.
And now forward there will go McQuillan, who plays it over for Fisher. Fisher will leave it for McQuillan, and it's taken, and it goes right into the feet of Girardi. Played back, and now Brown will skate into it. Nice move by Brown, in! Backhanded it wide. He had a chance to put that one on the highlight reel there, Michael, as kept in the zone here for the Admirals.
Yeah, it's all Swedish, no finish there for Brown, but what a great move to get by the defender. McBride stared him down, and he couldn't put it in the net.
Stauffer. McVicker will play it all the way back into his own end as Stauffer will go to retrieve.
We're into the final 10 minutes here, folks. If the Highlanders are going to do anything, it pretty much has to start now, down 3-0 here.
Dion will skate it over. Shot, that one blocked. As forced up against the boards, there was Fitzsimmons coming in. Puck now still against the boards there as everyone's jousting for it, and away will come the white shirts. Played up now for Clutterbuck. Back down into the corner as it goes behind the net. fought for again as Fitzsimmons trying to pin. Puck comes off from Menard, who will hesitate and then make a move. Gowley, right through the middle there. Menard's able to receive it for a second, and Dion will take it away immediately.
Yeah, just bounced off his stick. Oh.
Given away there in the defensive zone for the Highlanders. Chip towards the net as Menard ends up almost chipping it on target. Dion now looking for a passing option up for Clutterbuck. Played all the way down.
Highlanders hemmed in here a little bit right now. The forecheck. There is, we've talked about hair a lot in this third period, but right on the forecheck there, number 10 for the Admirals.
And he lost a glove there in an exchange as Snow tries to pin him up now. Is taken in a collision there between two different Highlanders. That shot deflected and just high there for Dungus, who got the opening marker of the contest.
Yeah.
As that one tipped up, and Stauffer.
This one, the blue line feels like a mile wide. You can't quite get it out over and relieve the pressure.
And it's staying in that end as Dungus right through him. Clutterbuck will retrieve it. That shot saved there by McBride. It kind of fluttered as Clutterbuck looks skyward. He has no goals this season. Clutterbuck played 32 contests this year, only had 1 assist. Has played 5 playoff games and no points so far. So a good chance there to get the first goal of the AAA season in the playoffs, but better saved there by McBride.
It's an interesting stat for him because he's controlled the puck well tonight and had a couple of shots on net. So when you know, sometimes the stats don't seem to make sense, right? He doesn't look like a guy that'd be held off the score sheet all season, but obviously playing good defense tonight too.
Very true.
At first, when I first saw that live, I thought that puck went off McBride's glove and fell in behind his pad, but he did keep it out front and made a good save. So McBride has held the fort here in the third period so far for the Highlanders with some key saves.
Girardi right there at the circle. That shot saved there. Whistle will go as trying to clear the garbage there was Woodall, but Brown was right there.
At least he didn't push the player on top of his goaltender. My brother, who's a lifelong goaltender, and my dad, and my son was a goalie for a long time, and my sister-in-law, it's a family goal, he's just not me. Used to always drive him crazy. When the defenseman's trying to clear the front of the net, they end up pushing the guy on top of them. And there's where knee injuries happen. So good job by Woodall there to clear the guy out to the side of the net, not on top of his goalie.
And usually that's where fights start too, Michael.
Exactly.
You throw him onto your own goalie, and then you got to go get a hold of him.
Yeah, even though you put him there, that's exactly right.
Gowley gives it off there to Snow, who chips it behind the net, right through McDonald in the end as it's played around. Brown will look to clear. He does, as Hotham will go try to retrieve it, but Bonanno beats him. That puck right at Gowley. Nice move through one, and will clear it in, and got caught there by Brown.
Gowley right back up after taking a big hit from Brown.
Taken now Woodall, though, in the neutral zone. Woodall right across the blue line, but it's taken by Chevalier.
Woodall's done that a couple of good times. Read that cross-ice pass really well and stepped up and taken it away. He's done it at least twice tonight and even maybe a third time.
Snow. Play towards the blue line and stop. As Fitzsimmons will now put the body to and get the puck away as Chase Snow now up off the boards and a chance for Fisher to go. Chevalier will go around the net. You can really see the fatigue kind of setting in here for the Highlanders. As that puck is sent down the icing, will it be an icing? It will not be.
Good hustle there.
Chip for Fitzsimmons. As he'll fire it through some sticks and get it all the way down. Fisher maybe the first one there, but Clutterbuck able to stop him before he gets that far.
Travis Anudo had a good hustle down there to wave off that, or to cause that icing to be waved off. But now the Highlanders are on the attack.
That shot fanned on there by Fitzsimmons as Dion was applying the pressure. Now put towards that as Clutterbuck will put it up off the glass and away, and just not able to keep it. That is now a timeout.
Now I'm not sure why that wasn't icing, because it's not touch up ice like it. You know, you don't have to win a race. But anyway, here come the Highlanders dumping it in. Now that time they didn't dump it on net. We haven't seen that as much as the game's gone along.
That puck will actually scurry into the slot, but Menard's not able to capitalize. Chipped up as Gibson will get it away. Willett now.
So the trainer, Jeff Flooney, left the bench for a little while. He's on his way back now, so I don't know what he'd be getting, but still concerned about Hazen on the... Certainly they're not going to risk any further injury if Hazen's not certain he can return to action.
I don't even see him on the bench anymore. So
yeah, I think he's right in the middle.
Yeah, I see him down there now. As trying to get away now is Gowley. We'll play it off the boards and we'll make it around the official. And that one chipped into the zone as Bone will now go to retrieve it with under 5 to go here in the third. And looks like final period of this contest is up on Poe towards the blue line. Bonato all the way around. McDonald tries to center and just kept in by Woodall, but blocked and sent right out. Good hustle to keep it, but just unlucky not to be able to get the shot through. As that shot through the neutral zone, blocked by Snow. McVicker is able to kind of block it again as that puck now gets in. Stolen though, Hotham there at the blue line as Woodall shoots that one right off Brown.
They pulled the goalie. Highlanders have pulled McBride. It'll be 6-on-5 with 4 minutes left. Again, you're in playoffs, folks. It's desperate times. Call for desperate measures.
That they do. What's the difference between losing 3-0 and 4-0?
That's right.
As Clutterbuck holds it up against the glass. Fought in 4 and taken. I thought, no, Clutterbuck gets it pinned up again. As he took a beating for the trouble. As Woodall shoots that one just wayward.
Yep.
McLeod couldn't get a tip on it. McLeod now plays it into the corner as Fisher fights through a check. He'll shoot that one, blocker save, rebound. McLeod couldn't finish, neither could Menard.
Menard couldn't quite get a stick on it.
Plays it into the slot, not able to get it off. As that shot down and scores right in between the wickets. There for Luke Stauffer, the defenseman. His first goal of this playoff run, and that will, you have to assume, Michael, ice it for sure for the Southern Tier Admirals.
I would think so. Now, crazier things have happened. Of course, we won't say, never say never, but certainly in order to do it, are the Highlanders going to come back out and pull the goalie again and leave themselves vulnerable that way? We'll wait to see what happens, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to turn it around here in the third period. It has not been that uneven of a game, I wouldn't say, Spencer. The Highlanders have had some offensive time. I don't know they've had too many real dangerous chances result from that offensive time. Well, there's a dangerous one. Gowley almost.
McDonald now trying to kick it towards the net. Where is it? And it is saved there by Pone. He almost lost it there, it felt like, as we go under the 3-minute mark here.
Yeah, they had possibly the 2 most dangerous chances of the game right here, just as we talk about them maybe running out of time. So the focus for the Admirals is going to be chip it out of the zone, high hard off the glass, dump it in, make them go full 200 feet. On a breakaway here, Travis Zanadu.
As Snow gives it away, and that shot saved, though, by McBride.
Travis Anudo, sorry, I got to practice that name. Really showed some speed there, picking off that pass and getting the breakaway. But McBride's not quitting on his team here, folks. I thought maybe.
I thought Fitzsimmons might get a call there as well as he put the stick into Dion.
Yeah, now I guess at 4-0, it wasn't a dirty or dangerous play. They're probably not going to call that penalty.
As Stauffer will now just poke it back in. Played through the neutral zone in the end, as that one's played all the way back there for Stauffer, who got the empty netter. He plays it around. It's poked into the middle, and it looks like we'll have made it through the blue line. Has had to take up there with the Highlanders. That one's chipped into the home side's bench.
So just under 2 minutes left here. As we said, it's been a fairly back and forth game. Both goalies have been fine. I would say Pone has made a couple of good saves, but really, to me, he's been square to the puck, taking a lot of pucks in the chest, really reading the play quite well. You know, they used to criticize maybe players like John Sebastian Jaguar, Carey Price for making it not being that athletic, but I think they're athletic for getting there in time, that they make the save look fairly routine, as we're seeing. And McBride's played fine as well. None of the goals you can pin on him, certainly just the Admirals taking advantage of their chances.
That puck played all the way through as back will go Bro. As that one played, as Fitzsimmons will go finish his check, but Girardi will go the other way. 1-on-2 in the end. He'll shoot, blocked, shoot again. Woodall will stop him. As with under just over a minute here. Played back for Girardi. Girardi will take a, I'll say 80s clapper there from just inside the blue line.
Yep. I don't think he expected to score on that shot from out there, but any puck that goes deep into the Highlanders' end is a good idea here now today.
As we get under the minute mark here in this third and final period, as Pone will now play it. All the way around it will go, and it will find its way out. Shot right off of Snow there in the neutral zone as kept and now played back here by the Admirals. They'll try to make maybe one more chance. As whistle's going to go, as well, might just stamp that one before it got fired.
So it looks like the Admirals will skate out of here with the victory today, putting them in certainly in a better spot than the Highlanders in the playoffs. But as we said, we're really fortunate as a crew here at Rogers TV to get the opportunity to broadcast the Highlanders games and do some minor hockey. It is, you know, a special thing for these guys to appear on, I'll say, on real TV. A lot of their games now, everywhere they go, are on, you know, something called Live Barn or different streaming things. But to have an expert like you, Spencer, calling their games on with real cameras, real production and stuff, no doubt will be a highlight of their season.
And the real Pat Quigley, the most important person of our crew.
Exactly right. But it is a whole crew here at Rogers TV that comes together and largely volunteer driven, right? And so I always like to say, if you're watching at home and you want to volunteer, go to search up Rogers TV Grey County. And there's a volunteer link there. We'd love to work with you on a camera in the booth. There's Pat Quigley will teach you everything. But anyway, so a 3-4-0 victory here for the Southern Tier Admirals over the Grey Bruce Highlanders.
A big win there as Grey Bruce will quickly skate off the ice here.
I'll say it again. I said this anytime. I really think they need to go back to shaking hands after every game. Certainly in my youth, you know, I'll give people another back in my day speech. But we need to continue to teach people that once the buzzer goes, the game is over. Shake hands, great competition, good luck in your next game. I think that is important. We do it, you know, in high school sports, things like that, and every other sport. Hockey's gone away from it, and I would like to go back to shaking hands after the game. As you see the captain, it's on happening on the ice right there. Captain shaking hands with the referee, and you know, it's saying good game. You can see it on your screen right there, so good for him.
Yeah, a couple other Admirals went to the officials before they left the ice, and obviously a big win there for the Southern Tier Admirals against this short-handed Grey Bruce team, and they did what they're supposed to do, Michael, which is get a big win against a team that only scored one goal against them in the playoffs. There in the two contests they played against one another, so another big win as now we get ready for the U18 game here, Michael, between the Grey Bruce Highlanders and I believe it is Port Credit.
Or is it Credit River? Credit River, which is actually geographically, I think, the closest AAA center they play against, which is based kind of at a Caledon, Brampton area, stuff like that. It's a fairly new AAA system. Orangeville used to offer AA, and then this is kind of the extension of that at AAA. So it is going to be a really great contest. U18, we talked about this being the OHL draft year. You might see some of these names that we just watched for the Highlanders and for Southern Tier. When you come to an attack game over the next couple of years, you may see some of these names on one of these OHL teams. This U18 group coming in, they've been through that draft year. Some of them will have had experience playing Junior C, maybe even some Junior B games this season, as well as their AAA. So this is about to be a really good game here at the Bayshore.
Yeah, that is, and again, they were warming up as we got kind of through that third period there for the U16 game, and their game slated for about 7 o'clock, so we'll be back for it in about 20 to 25 minutes with, of course, a flood and a 5-minute warm-up for them as well. But you got to put a bow on this one, Michael. Another big win again there for the Admirals, but if you kind of had to pick a player you liked from the Grey Bruce Highlanders team again, but they ended up
Yeah.
goalless. But who would you say from that short bench was maybe your player of the game?
For a while, I think it was Chase Snow. I think when he got the puck on his stick for the Highlanders, he did some real good skating. He looked dangerous, looked shifty. He was the guy that seemed to be able to carry a bit of the play on his own when he needed to. In the third period, they put him on the back end for the power play, and he was working the puck around. You mentioned early in the broadcast, he's one of the bigger point getters. Point per game, of course, because he's missed a lot of games. So it showed that, how important he is to that team. And as I said, I think Chase Snow was probably the most impactful player for the Highlanders.
I'll take Cal McQuillan. He was all over the ice as a defenseman. And obviously, again, as your short players, your defensemen are going to play even more minutes than they normally would, which obviously is usually more than the forwards anyway. But I feel like he was all over the ice and was a big passer there from the back end for them as well. And I mean, they're kind of spoiled for choice on the other side of the ice there, Michael, for the Admirals. So who would you pick?
Well, it's easy to go with the goaltender. Pone, he got the shutout. He made some good saves. As I said, it didn't look like he was really tested, but I think that's because he was reading the play so well. And he was able to see, okay, the pass is going here, shot's going there. He was able to get square to the puck and take those shots off the glass. I mean, we talked about him. He doesn't have a goal. Connor Clutterbuck. Yeah. We said his name a lot for a guy that doesn't factor into the score sheet very much, but as a defenseman, he played physical, not a big guy, but he got in people's way. He had some really good shots from the point, but he also made good outlet passes and allowed his team to leave the zone with speed. So if we don't go with the obvious choice of the goaltender, I'm going with Connor Clutterbuck on defense.
I'll also mention Girardi. He had a goal in the contest. He felt like kind of all over the ice, especially in that third period. He had a couple other big opportunities there that were able to capitalize for the Admirals, who again come out 4-0 winners. Now, Michael, as we get ready for the U18 game between Credit River and Owen Sound. Now, this one's a little different because Southern Tier and Grey Bruce, pardon me, they're a little bit closer in the standings. I believe it was 9 versus 7. This Credit River team, I believe, is top 3 right now in the standings in the West Division, while the Highlanders, I believe, are 8th currently. So obviously a game where they got to be, you'd think, pretty large underdogs in it, but obviously that means low pressure. Even at home here at the Bayshore, you have a chance to really show your stuff in front of this big building where a lot of guys, where again, if you're playing for Grey Bruce, you'd think they're from, surrounding area. They've always wanted to play on this ice.
Exactly.
I've always wanted to play on this ice. I don't even know how to skate. I'd love to play on this ice.
Well, it's an interesting thing. So we talked in here. I know a bunch of these kids from Owen Sound. They, I coach them, teach them at high school. That's going to be even more the case for the U18 Grey Bruce Highlanders. The coach, Kevin Wallace, and one of the goalies, Noel Wallace, my son's coach and goalie teammate his last year of minor hockey when Kevin coached the U15s in Owen Sound, and Noel Wallace was my son's goalie partner. So big connection with them. Lots of my son's friends, other kids that I have coached in minor hockey. We'll talk about that as it goes along. But you're right. These guys, some of them returning to their home ice that they played on when they were parts of the Owen Sound Junior Attack, or guys from the area, Grey and Bruce counties, get a chance to be here where the Owen Sound Attack played, the big rink. We talked about it. They're on TV, on Rogers TV. They're not going to want to come in here and just lay over, these teams way better than us, we can handle them. They're going to come in and put their best foot forward. And as I mentioned Kevin Wallace, he's a motivator as a coach. He's going to push all the right buttons and have his team ready to go today.
Well, we'll have to get ready for it. U18 matchup between Credit River and Grey Bruce coming up next. So we'll be back for it at 7 p.m. here on Rogers TV.
Highlanders led by, that was Noel Wallace flying out first. One of the goalies, and you can see the team coming on the ice wearing red. So this is a team that kind of changed things up this year, and their dark jersey is red instead of black, but looks pretty sharp out there. And we are here at the Harry Lumley Bayshore Community Center in the J.D. MacArthur Arena. I'm Michael Harris, and you'll hear Spencer Byers here in a second doing the play-by-play. But this is the U18 Grey Bruce Highlanders against the Credit River Capitals. Again, a fairly young AAA organization in Credit River, kind of based out of Brampton, Caledon area. They're in white, and you can see their goalie Blair, number 65. We are deep into the playoffs here for AAA. It seems early in the winter to be, in the spring, I guess, for the winter to be doing that, but that's the way it works. So back-to-back games here in Owen Sound. Spencer and I had the pleasure of calling a U16 Highlanders game against the Southern Tier Admirals, and that was exciting, a win for the Admirals, 4-0 earlier in the day. So this is U18. Again, we're talking about the highest levels of youth hockey here in the world, here in Ontario. These Highlanders generally play at their home rink in Durham, just half an hour down the road. But for this playoff match, they've managed to secure the big ice here in the big city of Owen Sound.
That they have, as Credit River come in as the same record in the playoffs as this Highlander team. 1-3, both have struggled in this playoff run. A little bit surprising for the third ranked in the division Credit River Capitals, while for the Highlanders, they were 7th in the regular season and come in 1-3, having lost this team earlier in the playoff run, down against Credit River in wherever they play their home game. That is Caledon or Orangeville.
Yeah, I think like the Highlanders, Brampton. It could be a number of different rinks they play out of in their region. And I guess a lot of kind of your rural, Northern Ontario, Southern Ontario, but regional AAA teams, you know, and it's not Barrie or it's not Aurelia, it's these regional centers like the Highlanders and Credit River both are. This is a kind of a special game for me. My son is 17 years old, the same age as the oldest players on this Highlanders team, and he's got many friends on this team, some guys he played with in his minor hockey career playing for the Owen Sound Junior Attack. My son hasn't played for a couple of years, but it looks like the starting goaltender tonight for the Highlanders will be Noel Wallace, and he was my son's goalie partner in his U15 year, and Noel's dad, Kevin Wallace, is the head coach, and that was also my son's coach that year as well, and a lot of his good buddies on this team. So I just personally, I'm excited to call this game, and we'll see what these two teams have.
Looking back at their matchup from earlier in this playoff run, it was a 4-2 win for the Capitals over the Highlanders. And scoring all 4 of the goals for the Capitals was Piers Burridge. So we'll see if Piers can get himself on the score sheet again here tonight.
And he looks like it's number 92 right in front of us, right in front of our booth. I don't know if you saw him skate through your screen, but so number 92, keep an eye on him, a big scorer for Credit River.
And I will also mention, we Scott spoke about our heights in the U16 game, where I am definitely a man of short stature. One of the netminders here for Credit River, pardon me, is 6'5", Ian Blair, number 65. So 6'5", number 65. That was pretty easy to remember, but
yeah, that wonder there, that must mean something, Spencer.
But anyway, I'm just kind of baffled because again, these kids are 17, older 16 age group, and they're almost a foot taller than me, or in 6'5" case is taller, a foot taller than me. It just feels so weird to me that these guys are still in high school. As again, you mentioned that you know a lot of them, not just from minor hockey, but also from OSDSS where you teach.
Yeah, absolutely. And a couple of guys, Ewan Mazzell and Ethan Osborne on the Highlanders. I coach them high school volleyball. And great athletes, multi-sport athletes. We're lucky we had Ewan Mazzell, number 19 for the Highlanders. His brother Jack was up here in the booth giving us some insight before the game. And Ewan actually played for Credit River in their first couple years of existence. Drove down there and played for them as their organization was getting started, but ultimately came home and plays with the Highlanders now, which is great. Because I guess no matter what team, we would get to see him today, but he's playing with his friends and playing at home. And so, interestingly, folks, if you're minor hockey aficionado, you know this. But U18, what we used to call midget, for those of you who've been watching sports for a while, is the only, when you get to A, AA, and AAA, is the only age group that is a double birth year. So we just had U16 on here. That's only 2010 birth year kids. I mean, you might have a kid playing up because he's exceptional, whatever. But in this this U18 age group, the oldest age group of minor hockey this year's 2008 birth year, and they also have 2009s. So it's a combined birth year for this this U18 level of hockey.
You have to expect that, Michael, a lot of these guys probably play high school hockey as well at either for Grey Bruce. You'd have to think a litany of schools. I see Georgian Bluffs, I see Allenford, I see Chatsworth, I see Collingwood, so that could be
and certainly
anywhere
Jacob
from
Flooney, the other goalie, plays for St. Mary's.
the best school in town.
Yeah, there you go. And then a bunch of OSDSS kids. But then, as you said, you also get John Diefenbaker and Saugeen District and Grey Highlands and all the different schools throughout Blue Water represented. But with open borders, you could get kids from even farther away, right? You've got a Palmerston kid, Owen Orth, probably goes to Norwell District High School in Palmerston. So it really is a regional situation here for both of these teams. So it's neat to see those communities to come together on the same team.
And you mentioned, with obviously Credit River being an amalgamation, they've got kids from Port Credit, City of Toronto, Mississauga, Burlington, Oakville, Brampton, Vaughan, Caledon. Like, they pull from also a pretty wide net of athletes.
Now it looks like we will probably get a rendition of O Canada here in a second, where we did at least, you can see some players taking their helmets off. Now, please know if players don't take their helmets off on the ice, it's not a sign of disrespect. It's just a safety thing when you have youth out on the ice, and I'm sure they've been given instruction by their coaches. Just leave your helmet on and sing along if you want. Again, it's not that they're being disrespectful, it's just a safety thing out on the ice.
Ian Blair there in the cage for the Capitals, the 08 born netminder.
I'll draw your attention again, folks, to the center ice showing us the officials. That's Josh Gibson skating away with the armbands on, and Dale Glynn there. And Dale Glynn there. Sorry, folks, I had my microphone up. You saw Josh Gibson, the referee, skating away with the armbands on. Dale Glynn there, you can see with the puck. On the lines, you have Herb Lemon, who I've played lots of men's league hockey with. And then I don't know the other linesmen. I'm sorry I don't, because I like to draw attention to the officials. We are lucky in the Grey Bruce area to have such a competent stable of referees.
Face off one there by the home side, again, where, as you mentioned, the bright red jerseys. Put up the boards and taken there. Graff. Played to the middle, and now a chance here. McKnight puts that one on target, saved there by Blair. Kept in there by the Highlanders. That one put on target, Blair, and that will be steered into the corner there by one of the defensemen. All the way around the net there for the home side. Stolen, though, at the half boards, as Graff couldn't get away. That looks to be Christian de Guzman, who plays it forward there. Burridge plays through the middle. Just fanning on the shot there was DeCio. Played right across. It just didn't make it to its target as the puck will be now gobbled up by Wallace.
You mentioned McKnight there. Graydon McKnight comes from quite a hockey family. His dad, Kevin McKnight, is one of the best skaters I've ever been on the ice with. But his sister, Jolie McKnight, had a full career playing Double-A out of Saugeen-Maitland, quite a player. And his younger brother, Finn McKnight, is on the U14 Highlanders. So quite a hockey family there, coming from the Shaw Lake area.
That puck was stolen there in the slot as Stephen will now take it. Chopped over and now played in by Kemsley as Blair will play it all the way around. That shot off a steal there near the blue line, saved by Blair. Just played through the middle. Couple different skates there as played back for the defenseman. Falco now will retrieve as he'll play it through the middle and it will deflect off a couple of skates. As both these teams healthy have full benches, unlike the U16 game there for the Highlanders. Nice pass there.
It's Mazzell with it.
Tries to make his way around. Fought in for and put back into the corner. Mazzell fighting through a check there. Puck chopped and back into the corner and stolen it back though by the red shirts. Played in the middle. That shot fanned on and ends up going wide.
Just a bit too tight to his skates there for Mazzell to get full wood on it, but a good chance there by the Highlanders.
That's now played through the neutral zone as trying to get over. Just does the Capitals there. Played into the middle. Not able to get a shot away there for the away side. Curry will fire that one and it goes wayward. This back pressing goes Deegan. Big hit there, looked like in the middle as one of the Capitals took a tumble.
Chasing the puck in there is number 47, Jameson Shop McLaren for the Highlanders. Says he's from Thunder Bay.
I also made that kind of observation.
That's a long commute for each game, so I'm assuming he's moved down here closer to Durham or Owen Sound or wherever. I'm sure there's a story to that. But anyway, open boundaries, you can play wherever you want.
That shot in from the blue line and put it to the corner there by Wallace. Held up against the boards there as it's played around. And now a chance to skate here as Graff will take it. Played up at the red line, blocked before it ever got anywhere near.
Yeah.
As Graff will go again to retrieve as he'll play the body, Osborne. Played back, and now it makes its way to Graff. Graff will chop it in as Stephen will go to retrieve as Blair will play it around. DeCio missed that one. DeCio now again with possession for Burridge as Burridge will make his way in. Again, had 4 goals in their previous contest in the 4-2 win.
Yeah, they'll definitely, they'll be targeting him, always know where he is on the ice and try and get him to give the puck up. Now, when I grew up playing hockey in Owen Sound, we were red. We wore red gloves, red pants, red helmet. So I kind of like seeing this all red down there on the ice with the Highlanders. Takes me back, I don't want to say 30 years ago, but I will, Spencer, to 30 years ago when I finished playing my minor hockey days.
Showing my youth, I can say I wasn't alive 30 years ago.
No. We're a blend of youthful exuberance and veteran savvy up here in the booth. Spencer Byers and I.
And I need that veteran savvy, might I add. As Mazzell will go for the draw for the Highlanders, and he'll lose it. No, actually, he ends up getting on target there as fought through there the stick check as now the puck gets played into the corner.
And that was Jack Farley, number 17, another guy. He's from Hanover, and he came in as a non-resident player to play in Owen Sound a number of years ago to play with my son, and he's really turned himself into a great AAA player, and you can see he's the captain of this team. So really great kind of progression for him from hockey out in Hanover into single A in Owen Sound, and then eventually making these Highlanders.
As hit now Farley. Played over. That puck off a skate there to the neutral zone as now retrieved by the Highlanders. That's Mazzell. Mazzell left back for Fry. Fry tried to find Mazzell, but Weather wasn't looking for it, trying to fight through his stick there of Falco. As now taken by Burridge. Burridge couldn't get through Dodd. It's skied, and a chance for the Capitals now to skate it out. DeCio. Missed his intended target. DeCio, though, will just tap it in, as he'll finish the change.
The team's kind of just feeling each other out here. Kind of getting their legs going.
Fry couldn't get through there. It's now away. Comes Narino. That one played around as going back to retrieve, go to the Capitals in their own end.
Interestingly, this isn't as physical off the jump as the U16 game was earlier, Spencer.
Maybe arguably a more disciplined approach by both sides.
Yeah, it could be.
As Vanderkoy plays that one into the opposite end, as Dodd will go to try to retrieve, as it will be played out by the Capitals again on a spin there. Neroni plays it in as the Highlanders go to retrieve it behind their own net. Vanderkoy tried to stick lift. Deegan will put towards the net, but stolen. Right through all kinds of bodies as Ryan will now go back. Ryan around his own net for Curry. Tapped into the middle, but stolen by Fry in the neutral zone. Trying to regroup to find an option. Played right off the bench there, Osborne.
That was very dangerous, very close to a too many men call, but Osborne was smart and didn't touch the puck till the guy he was changing for we made sure he was off the ice first.
As this is for the U18s, unlike the U16s, which was 15-15, then a flood, then a 20. It's 15-20 with a flood, and then the final period being 20 minutes as well.
I'm actually surprised they maybe don't just go to 20-20-20, but you know, ice time is expensive and hard to fit in all these rinks.
Especially when you're here at the Bayshore for your playoff games.
Yes.
Which I know, as you kind of mentioned here in the U16 game, that maybe a new goal for this Grey Bruce team is trying to play more games here out of Owen Sound.
One of the interesting thoughts, I think it was Richard Stackhouse up here in the booth shared with us, maybe get the U16s in here on a Saturday afternoon ahead of an attack game or something, and you know, are there some scouts in the building, things like that, a little bit more exposure for your OHL draft to your kids, and you know, that's a really neat approach, and anything you can do to get these kids in front of the eyes of the decision makers would be well received.
Mazel played through there as that puck is chopped away and retrieved there by Graff. He'll have to get all the way back to his own end basically to keep possession. He still hasn't a chance to turn and face as de Guzman was the one pressuring there, as that's the top line. DeCio, Burridge, and de Guzman, who had three apples under the 4 goals. So again, this really is the top line for this Capitals team. As Burridge will hold it behind his net, and he'll now go for a skate. Fired forward there as DeCio will put it in. De Guzman might be the first one there, and he is. De Guzman.
Yeah, he read that.
Burridge put that one on target. Good save there by Wallace.
So you can see why they're dangerous. De Guzman really read that puck well going around the net, and Wallace couldn't come out and stop it. And there he knew exactly where Burridge was going, right to the front of the net there, Spencer. And a good save by Wallace to keep it 0-0.
As Mazel getting harassed there by Bedness. As that puck up off the boards and played now as Mazel might get into it. Played over now, Farley into his skate, shot towards the net. That one's blocker saved by Blair.
I think Mazel could have been greedier there. It seemed like he had a step on the defender before he dropped that puck to Farley. You can see that Mazel's got a big, powerful stride, and when he kind of gets his shoulder around you and leans on you, it's hard to stop him.
Paid back into the Capital zone, as they'll have to find a way here, as they've been kind of sparse with their chances in this first frame, as Vanderkoy puts it back in.
Nice little hit by Graydon McKnight there. He didn't level the guy, but he stepped up into him and caused a separation between the player and the puck in the neutral zone. Just a really smart play by, you know, a last year 2008 born guy who's got some junior B experience, certainly at camps and at practices. And as you get at this age group too, for instance, I've already mentioned you and Mazel a couple times. He's played a junior B game. He's got a junior B goal. So these are guys that are already getting their feet wet at the next level of hockey. In a lot of cases, junior C, whether it be with Mount Forest Patriots, Hanover Barons, you know, Kincardine, Walkden, whatever it may be. So these guys are already looking ahead to what comes after minor hockey. It's some really exciting opportunities.
Trevor's going to have a conference here because there was a whistle.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it was an icing or an offside or what here. So we'll see. The face-off looks like it'll be at center ice.
I think just at center ice, maybe an inadvertent whistle. They weren't sure why they blew it down. So just have it at center ice, restart things, and off we go.
It looks like that will be the way we go. As that one chopped in by Steven, and he'll go try to chase it. Falco spins away as Farley will now come into press. Comes free. Chance to center it. That shot just wide.
Just about to say, Mazelle's uncovered out front. No, he's had a couple of almosts already.
That one shot, I believe it took a deflection before it got towards the target for Mazelle. As McKnight let that one skip under his stick, as now away will come the Capitals.
Really nice play by Landon McCartney there to back up his defensive partner. When the puck skipped over McKnight's stick, McCartney was there. That
shot right at glove of Wallace. Rebound, that one right into the chest protector of the netminder, Noel Wallace.
Dangerous play is that Noel couldn't quite handle that first shot to his glove. He was about to pounce on it. Farley inadvertently passed it right to the slot to a player from Credit River, but Wallace takes it right in the chest, no harm done.
Whoop. As that shot put up wide off the face-off. As now away will come the Highlanders. Trying to get away there was Dodd. Dodd does keep himself on side. That one steered right on target, right into the glove there of Ian Blair.
And as you can see, Blair, Spencer already mentioned his size, kind of the stereotypical pro goalie now, isn't it, Spencer, at 6'5", and he's bragging about it with number 65 on his shirt.
Yeah.
I'm not getting a 58, I'll tell you that, for 5'8". But he's also a left-handed goaltender, makes things a little bit different for a shooter. When you're coming in, you see the glove, even though you face a couple of them, it's still kind of odd looking down there and seeing the different-handed goaltender.
Now that is very true. Obviously not a whole lot of righty catchers. I can think of a couple in the OHL of previous years. I know Sarnia had one, I believe it was Anson Thornton was his name, was a righty catch. I believe there's one other I may be able to remember, but not off the top of my head, but Thornton was the big one because he played a lot of games for Sarnia.
Absolutely.
Over the last couple of years. As now Burridge makes his way down the ice, scoots it in on a saucer, and that one goes right on a Wallace. That one chopped around. Just played up the board, stolen again, though. Burridge over. DeCio shot that one, and it's saved. There is De Guzman goes crashing in. And now Osborne goes to clean up the garbage, and there's some jousting here between the two sides. That's the top line of Credit River.
Eric Fruch, number 9, had the pleasure to coach his sister club volleyball a few years ago, so hopefully she's watching. He's going to get a penalty here. She won't be real happy about that. But Eric is not real tall, but he's a rough and tumble player, and he's going to protect his goalie. Now you'll see it looks like it's going to be offsetting minor penalties here. So number 9, Eric Fruch. A pair of number 9s going to the penalty box, De Guzman and Fruch. So Eric's sister Olivia will be shaking her head here maybe, but you always support a guy protecting his goaltender.
Yeah, both guys, they're kind of yelling at each other, as I believe it's actually both number 9s, as De Guzman goes to sit for Credit River. Well, Fruch goes to sit for the Highlanders, and it's offsetter, so there's nothing on the board. It's now a chance for the Highlanders to go. Steven shoots that one, blocked, and did be sent right back at him, actually, off the defender's clearance, as now McKnight over. Back for McKnight. I mean, I have a chance to skate here for Farley, who just kind of lets it go off his stick and in, but now taken immediately by the Capitals. Neroni handed it off, he'll retrieve it. Neroni was stopped there by Mazel. As Farley will play it into open space here, but it goes right for Falco.
Yeah, I think he thought his winger would be there, but his winger was tied up, and so Farley ends up putting it to nobody. But here comes Mazel.
Mazel again through the neutral zone, played over. Steven for Mazel right around the net. Tried to center now with a couple different deflections, but now the white shirts will go. As McCartney will finish his check there right at the opposite bench. As trying to find some room there as McKnight finally skate into some.
That's that skating ability I was mentioning earlier. Really a smooth skater is Graydon McKnight. He's played AAA basically right from the start. I remember when they were about 7 years old, Owen Sound playing exhibition games against him in Shaw Lake, and he was already the best skater on the ice. And he's just continued to improve, of course, over the years.
Dumped in there by the Capitals. Back to retrieve. Go to the Highlanders. White might be the first one there. Not able to retrieve it, however. Played up the boards. That shot snapped the stick right in half, but just can get away with Vanderkoy.
Oh, there's $450 right in the ice there. It just breaks my heart as a hockey parent who's had to buy those in the past.
And you had goalie sticks. That could be even more expensive. As Vanderkoy now can't get around Ryan.
Thankfully, it didn't break quite as often.
Yes, I can only imagine so. Heimers shot that one deflected into the corner. Ryan can't get away as Fry was able to stop it for the second, but it now will cross the blue line. Dumped and blocked by Deegan. Stopped again there by the Highlanders as Neimer will play it back.
Only a minute and a half left in this period. It's been pretty even. I'd say the better chances maybe have gone the way of the Credit River Capitals, but pretty back and forth game so far.
Graff now into the middle. As now away again will come the Capitals. As DeCio, right through a litany of shirts, he'll play back for Burridge. Piers Burridge back into the corner. DeCio couldn't get there as their line mate still in the box into Guzman. And still trying to fight for it there as DeCio plays it back. The other bedness, pardon me, as DeCio stops the red line there is Burridge. Back forward DeCio, misses, but the Capitals still have possession at the blue line. They dump it in. And right around Wallace, there goes the puck as Burridge into the middle. That shot deflected into the corner. As this played all the way around here. As that puck is still kind of being fought for there as DeCio lost it. Chipped up and out, and a chance here for Osborne to go as that puck is chipped right near us. I got a little too 3D, guys, for my liking.
Yeah, so it came out not too long ago so that you saw Ethan Osborne on your screen there. I believe it was he's played 400 games as a Grey Bruce Highlander, which basically what that means is he started, you know, at that time it would have been minor Pee-wee, whatever the age group that age group is now, U13 maybe, or U11 even, has played all the way through. And he stayed healthy and been a great Highlander right from as soon as he could after a couple years of Owen Sound Junior attack. And he is a leader on this team. He's got a year left. He is just in his first year of U18 hockey, so if he doesn't move on to junior, he'll be back here with the Highlanders again next year.
That one put right on Blair, who had to catch that one. And I got to mention it. You mentioned the size of Ian Blair. He just looks so much bigger than Noah Wallace.
Well, my son is not a giant, and neither is Noel. They were probably the two shortest goalies in the league when they played together at U15.
And
now they've both grown a little bit, and but what Noel doesn't have in size, he has in athleticism, and he really reads the play well. But you're right, there is a difference for sure. And then Jacob Flooney, the other goalie for the Highlanders, and they pretty much split time from what I understand. He's a little bit bigger guy, but certainly not 6'5" either.
That puck is dumped in there at the red line by Alati. As the buzzer will now sound, and that is the end of the first frame.
Did that seem fast to you, Spencer?
It seemed rapid. It seemed rapid to me in that first 15-minute frame as we get ready for the second period, which will be a full 20. But not just how quick it was, Michael. There wasn't exactly a lot of chances either way. Credit River had maybe one or two pretty good chances there in that first period, and so did the Highlanders. But you kind of mentioned you thought the chances were probably in favor of Credit River, and I would have to agree with you. But I think you could easily say, though, that the puck possession was all Highlanders.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you. And even when I talk about the chances, Ewan Mazzell had a couple of near misses on one-timers where he didn't quite get all of his stick on it. So they didn't materialize his chances, but the puck was there. So I think we're in for a really good one here, folks. Back and forth. Highlanders seemingly controlling the play, as you said. They're keeping their eye on that top line for Credit River, who had one really good chance in that period, but Noel Wallace turned them aside. So, you know, it's a bit of a game of chess here, and we're just going to have to see who cracks first. It might be a power play or something that it takes, Spencer, to kind of open this game up.
Yeah, it may be, or maybe just be a defensive lapse or a turnover going the other way that may give a team their chance here. But as you mentioned, chess, I've been watching way too much chess review, and I was just thinking, you know, who's gonna blunder a piece, if you will? Who's gonna be the one to lose their knight or their rook or even their queen? As I do in every game I've ever played in chess.
Yeah, that's right.
I am a very poor chess player, I found out, trying to play more chess.
Oh, yeah, so the Highlanders thought they'd start shorthanded even though they don't have to.
Yeah, well, so the referee didn't make him start shorthanded at that point.
Yeah.
Make them throw the fifth guy on as the period began. But now again, a 20-minute second period here as that puck is shot right towards Wallace, and he'll just harmlessly play it out for his defenseman.
And we still have Fruk for the Highlanders and de Guzman for the Credit River still in the penalty box. They'll be out fairly soon. Coincidental minors.
I wonder if they got, do you think 10-minute misconducts for the face mask grabbing?
You know what? I apologize for not looking at the clock when they got their penalty. We should have when they didn't go up on the board. We'll have to see, if they don't come. And I didn't hear, you guys will hear the voice of Fred Wallace, the Owen Sound Sports Hall of Famer, public address announcer here. Of course, public address for the Owen Sound Attack, but here doing this today for the Highlanders. I didn't hear what he said for the penalty, to be honest, Spencer.
I also didn't, so I can only imagine they're probably 10-minute misconducts and why neither of them are out yet. So that's a big loss there for the Capitals. It's DeCio trying to get around, but great defensive play. Never mind, the referee says that's a penalty, and you mentioned it. A power play may be what unlocks this game, and the first power play goes by way of the Credit River Capitals.
And on cue, here comes de Guzman out of the box, one of the major offensive threats for Credit River. So right now, you'd think the Highlanders would wishing that was a 10-minute misconduct for him and Fruk, but it wasn't. So,
as Shot McLaren does take the minor for the hold, which I think I'd argue it, but I'm not an official. Don't even try to act like one. As face-off won there by the Capitals, and now they'll go to work. Burridge down low, it was for DeCio. DeCio now behind the net, tried to center it, can't, and now played over for Burridge.
DeCio, de Guzman, and Burridge on the ice. Very predictable first power play unit.
Over. That shot deflected, but I believe it was saved by Wallace anyway. Played back to the point, Martin. Played back up. Burdness right off the shoulder there. De Guzman tried to glove it down. Chopped over. DeCio saved Wallace. Rebound. De Guzman scores.
Oh, they snuck it in after a couple of brilliant saves by Noel Wallace scrambling around. Just one too many bounces, and I couldn't keep it out on that chance by de Guzman as de Guzman's fallen to the ice to score.
Christian de Guzman gets the first marker of the game on the power play, no less. Man, it's nice to be able to say something and not jinx somebody, Michael?
Yeah,
what a call out by you as, again, you see here the scramble between that top line and the penalty killers. It just comes out to de Guzman, who's able to slide it by a sprawling Noah Wallace.
Noah Wallace had to really commit to going to his right to make a save on DeCio and couldn't get back to the left as that bounced to de Guzman. So do the Highlanders have an answer? It is 1-0 Credit River.
Is that puck right at number 11 there, Lincoln Curry, and to mention Ian Blair being listed 6'5". So was Lincoln Curry, and I didn't notice it in the first period, but looking at him, I don't know what's in the water in Credit River in these multiple different
They need to be bottling up the Credit River and
need to get some of that Michael's magic stuff. As that puck is now fought for in the corner, it may come out here for the Highlanders. Not able to though, as Ryan will skate away. And now played through the middle there, as it's taken right at the red line. As another stick just got chopped in half. And that was Mazelle's stick who just got crinkled. That's some more money for the poor parents.
Well, we've got Ewan's brother Jack up here with us. He'll have to start a GoFundMe so his brother can get a new stick.
Ryan gets that one taken off his stick. Neroni will play it into the corner. Ryan was almost the first one there. He still may be. As it's played up to the point, Falco takes that shot. It goes well wayward. Rebound though for Neroni, I believe he put that one wide.
I didn't, where that bounced, I thought it might have got through the knee there of Wallace, but thankfully he had to reverse VH there and shut him down.
Nice move there by Falco as there's some jousting there behind the play. Whistle finally goes. And I'm not sure if there's going to be a penalty off of it or not.
No, I think it was offside. I think the puck came out and they were battling behind and didn't realize there was still a player in deep.
I guess it is a fair point. Yeah, technically that definitely isn't offside as there's a white shirt behind the net, but again, just the whistle was so late that...
Well, I lost track of it too. I'm glad you were talking. It gave me time to think about what just happened.
As that puck now dumped in by White, as Heimers fighting for it there as Fruk now makes his way back on the ice. Fruk will dump it in as Blair goes to retrieve. Blair will play it all the way up and around, and it will make its way out as trying to get away there was Deegan, but stolen by Fry. Chopped that a couple of times and played towards the Highlanders bench. That puck to the neutral zone. Heimers went for a hit. We're now taken by Dodd, 3-on-2. Dodd back for Fry. Fry will fire, and it's blocked there by Falco.
It was a nice job getting that pass through. There wasn't much of a window there, but a good puck through to Fry. He just couldn't quite get the shot on net.
As White will go down now, and he'll get folded there by the defenseman. As now Graff will get a chance to retrieve. As that one just missed the intended target there, is DeCio now the other way. Burridge for de Guzman. That shot well wayward. As Osborne will be able to skate back for this one. Off of the boards there for Shot McLaren.
Looks like it just got that pass just kind of got caught in the snow at the door there from players changing, so it didn't quite come up for the Highlanders up the boards the way they wanted it to.
DeCio will fire that one just off the side of the net. Again, this top line is dangerous every time they're on the ice in Burridge, DeCio, and de Guzman. As that puck lifted up and in by Graff.
And they seem to take really long shifts, this line for Credit Rivers. We'll have to see if maybe the Highlanders can catch them late in the shift sometime when they're a bit tired.
That puck played up the boards. DeCio blocked it. Osborne now trying to get away.
Like right now, can this line get back and play defense? Or can Highlanders take advantage of tired forwards back checking?
As Osborne just couldn't get through. Puck now played into the corner as de Guzman will now go for it. He'll lift it up, but not out. McKnight will stop it. DeCio, though, playing harasser. And that puck will now get chopped around, and Martin will be the one there, and DeCio is the only one away. And DeCio makes it around, I thought, but just couldn't get his stick free there on McCartney.
Yep.
As he'll now fight through a stick check there of DeCio. Now played forward. Mazel couldn't get away from de Guzman, but McLeod now will shoot it there, and that one right into the shoulder of Blair.
Yeah, good save by Blair. I mean, shot from far out, so he just had to come out and challenge, and it was just fine. So that's something to keep an eye on. That line of de Guzman, DeCio, and Burridge, they were out there for a really long time. And Highlanders kind of had a chance in tight because it looked like they were, but then they went on another rush. In the second period, of course, you can get caught on these long changes. It can be a real challenge to get off as a forward.
Or hem the other team in with your bench being closer to the offensive zone.
Yeah, exactly.
That puck played up as now Mazel will skate into it. He'll play it back there for Frook, who will shoot it in. Off of the defenseman there. There's some jousting at the blue line. Played around, and that one played in the middle, but stolen immediately there by the captain. But definitely got it out and knew it. There was Farley. As Frook is the first one there, and McKnight now up off the boards. Mazel missed it. Puck is slow and now kept in. And that shot right on Wallace, and save there as an extra stick work as Kemsley will voice his displeasure about that.
That right there outlines the importance of getting the puck out at your own blue line. Mazel couldn't quite reach it to chip it out, and then Wallace has to bail out his team, make a good aggressive save against his post to keep this game at 1-0 for the Capitals.
High up there at the dot, taken there by the red shirts. Played back, and here they go. Played now for McCartney, who will shoot that one through his stick. Ends up going wide, and a chance now for the Capitals to go the other way, but a missed pass there will give it right back as Fry chips it into the neutral zone, right over his stick, however, and the other way it will come. The Capitals right around. So looking for an angle there as that puck is chopped towards the blue line, blocked there. And that one spun, and it should, and it will get out. As Deegan will shoot it back in as they'll go for a change, as McCartney will go behind his net. As now played there, McKnight let that one go through, but no one home for Credit River. That one shot through to Guzman now. Played up off the boards, and it misses quite a few people. Now Piers Burridge just couldn't get away. McKnight will lift it up and in.
Nice read by McKnight to step up and pick off that cross ice pass. Good ice, good vision out there.
That one shot across and misses. As now away will come Burridge. Burridge for de Guzman, scores! What a pass! Burridge to de Guzman with his second of the night, and that makes it 2-0 Capitals. And that top line again, Michael.
Absolutely, and you could see with speed de Guzman going to the net, and a backhand puts it in the chip on the backhand. So here Burridge with a nice little saucer pass, and de Guzman actually takes a slap at it with his backhand. That is a high skill play here, not to just deflect it, he actually adds to it. And you can see whenever you get the goalie moving, you're going to create holes. Wallace did his best to push across, but it finds the 5-hole as they opened him up on that cross-ice pass. What a play by Credit River.
That one lifted right through there as Osborne goes to retrieve. Osborne now over for Graff. Graff makes his way around. That shot saved by Blair.
Shot.
Heimers will fire that one right into a Credit River player, pardon me, is now fought for there at the blue line. As that top line actually stays on the ice. Nice move by Graff. Graff in, fanned on it, and it's taken away now is Pierce Burridge.
And all three of them factored in on that goal and an assist for each of the two.
And now DeCio trying to make his way around the edge. DeCio passed it, but nobody home is Martin now for DeCio. As the line change is made. That shot saved there by Wallace. Curry will pass it over. Bedness saved there.
By Wallace, yep.
As that one played back behind the net, but that's the Capital. That shot saved by Wallace again.
Yep, had to be sharp there for sure.
As McLeod now will finally skate it out. Nice pass. Mazzell behind the D. Mazzell saved there by Blair. And again, the big pads of the big netminder.
Yep. What a play, like little chip pass by McLeod, I think it was, with his backhand. And the way that Mazzell knocked it out of the air with his backhand and got a good shot off. Show some life here for the Highlanders. A little bit of pushback. Watch right here. Tries to go five hole, I think. And when you're that big, you can go down a little bit early. And Ian Blair shut the door.
That one poked through. As they're fought in there at the red line. As now it comes out. As Steven chipped in there by the captain Farley, and it will go all the way in. Played over and all the way around. And that one ends up out of play with the smaller boards, it looks like.
Yeah.
And you know, the reason why we're here at the Bayshore here, Michael, is because the Attacker are down in Erie, Pennsylvania, taking on the Otters. And a quick score update in the first period of that contest. 3-1 attack.
Holy
They
cow.
scored 3 goals on 5 shots, did the Owensound attack there. Sakura, DeLille, and Noah Nelson with the markers. Nelson's, might I add, on the PK.
Oh, nice, Shorty. And nice to see Noah Nelson get on the. I mean, he's been so knocked down due to injury this year and whatever. So nice to see him back and contributing late in the season.
As Kemsley puts that one back in.
Excuse me.
As Burridge there just stopping up. As that one put over for DeCio, who led the team in points during the regular season. By a rather large margin, might I add.
Well, he's a shifty player, and already we've seen the passes. He knows what to do with the puck. I mean, you got finishers like de Guzman and Burridge on your line. Those assists can add up.
Oh, and some extra whistles here as there's some jousting in the corner. That's just hard for you and I to see.
Yeah, sorry, Ethan Osborne's a part of that, I can tell, because he's taller than everybody else out there. You got McLeod in there and Graydon McKnight. We'll say it doesn't look like anything's going to come of it, penalty-wise. So Highlanders need an answer here. And you can see Coach Mike Salazzo with his foot up on the, but that's not Mike Salazzo there. There, he's in your screen there. He's going to be trying to come up with some answers here. It's been a fairly back and forth game. It's just those top 3 scorers for Credit River, they score when they get a chance, Spencer. They don't need much of an opportunity.
And a whistle's going to go here.
Net's off.
They're going to, and not happy, but there is Steven, because again, the Highlanders had possession in the end after the face-off win.
Yeah. Yeah, that's bad timing for the Highlanders. Looked like they had control and about to make a good pass out to the slot. That's a good shot.
Farley there right off the glove hand of Blair.
Yep. And the rebound was there, wasn't it? They just couldn't get the Highlanders stick to it.
Frook now all the way around has come pressing are the Capitals. Heimer's now trying to make his presence known as the Capitals keep possession there. To
nice
the top.
play by Wallace with a stick on the ice to knock that pass away.
Bedness shot there from the point, shit tipped, and it goes wayward, but then Wallace able to clean up the garbage.
So Noel Wallace has made some little sharp plays, like I said, on that one pass out front, just to stick down flat in the ice so that Credit River couldn't complete their pass, and controlling that puck there to calm things down and to get a face-off for his team. Now it's up to his centerman to win a draw and start a breakout here. Riley Dodd in for the face-off for the Highlanders. He didn't win it right away, but a good pursuit, and he almost had the puck for the Highlanders.
As now Fry tips it around White, or probably Ryan, but just not able to keep possession, as now Vander Kooi plays it in, and that is not icing. Just Ryan has to go play it.
Yeah, just soft enough. Well curled by the Lions head native, Travis Vander Kooi.
What a drive that would be to Durham.
Yes, it is.
As Dodd now tries to get away, up off the boards, and now a chance to go there. Vander Kooi, he'll dump it in. Blair played behind the net. As it's played away there. That's now White. Make his way up the ice, and whistle will go as Jacome Schultz was offside there.
I understand why he's upset. He was going and timing it with, I think it was White was the puck carrier, wasn't he? And then right at the blue line, a good little defensive kind of jab step by the Highlander defenseman caused White to have to move off of his line, and that delay caused an offside. So good defensive play, but also shows why you can't make a move at the blue line.
And a little over half of the top line here on the ice, as there looks to be maybe an injured Credit River player there at the bench. As there's some
well, there's a 2 on his jersey, so is that Burridge, number 92? Burridge 92?
I don't believe, actually it might be. I'm not sure what exactly has gone on there, but he's definitely injured, as he's not on the ice with his top line. He got replaced here as he's now on the bench being looked at by the trainer, so I'm not sure exactly what happened, and it didn't look vicious because I didn't see it.
No.
McKnight shot that one on target, but that's a big loss for Credit River if that sticks true, as DeCio almost got that stretch pass. Blocked, though, by the Highlanders, by McCartney in the end. As Bedness, who's now checked in for Burridge on this top line with de Guzman and DeCio.
Whichever player that is, and it might be Burridge because he's not out here, we'll be sure that one of the staff on the bench is on his phone calling somebody. So obviously we hope there's no real injury there and he's just hurt, which does happen, but and we won't get the information anyway, but we always hope for all the best whenever any of these athletes get hurt at all. So, but then also number 91 over there doesn't have his gloves on. Like, he's standing there running a door. Liam Luca, he doesn't have his gloves on, and that is Burridge that's bent over, and you can see the coach there or the trainer, whoever. So something's happened to 2 players, because why Luca would be there not going on the ice, we don't know either.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll keep an eye on those 2 players as the game goes along. You don't like to see that for these young athletes.
No, you don't. I thought he was the one running the door there was Burridge, so I wondered if maybe he just checked out or something, but no, he is the one there labored on the bench. So again, not sure what happened there. And you and I missed it. So again, I'm not sure if something happened behind the play that you and I just didn't see, or if he just pulled something non-contact. Yeah. But he's obviously labored and not in good shape. Is now Mazel the other way. Gives it off for Farley. Farley shoots that one glove, and it's an easy save in the end for Blair. Makes that one look pretty easy in the end.
Good quick shot from Farley, but you know what? He's got a splint on his arm, and Luca's going off too. So there's something going on with both of them. But unfortunately, Burridge, you can see there, they've got one of those kind of flexible splints, just holding either his wrist or his forearm in place. And again, we're not in the business of speculating injury, but something going on with his arm.
Yeah, definitely, and that's a big loss for Credit River here on that top line. Again, he's one of the big proponents of it, and that's another good glove save there by Blair. Again, he had all 4 goals in the 4-2 win earlier in this playoff run for the Capitals. So we'll see what this team can do now without one of their top point getters.
And 2 assists tonight, or did he get the first goal?
I believe he has 2 assists tonight because DeGuzman got both.
Yeah, that's right. So there's switching roles in this game. So no matter what, for the Highlanders, can't worry about that. All they can worry about is, one of the best players for the Credit River isn't playing. Can you take advantage of that?
That puck almost given away. Fry now trying to get away, just not able to, and now the other way it will come as Deegan dumps it in. Frook.
Oh, that's a hit from behind.
Yeah, and that one got caught high, and we're going to have some jousting now after the whistle
But
here.
it wasn't him that did it. It was there we go, number 16. Michael Deegan is going to be getting a penalty here. Well, here, see what they call it.
Yeah.
This could be interesting. He ran the head of Eric Frook into the board. So what are they going to call it? They call it boarding. You see Josh Gibson, I saw it on the, as he was skating to you. It wasn't on your screen, folks, but.
And it's going to be a 2 for boarding.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't. That is a dangerous play right there. Frook got off balance and his head went straight into the board. So we're glad to see him up skating to the bench.
As the physicality kind of ramps up, I mentioned it in the beginning, it wasn't necessarily as physical as the U16 game. As now McCartney, chance for the Highlanders to be on the board here as Farley off the shot there from the slot was blocked.
Yeah, he had to double clutch his shot so the blocker could get in the way.
Nice save there with the glove by Blair on the McCartney attempt as he'll get it back. McCartney for McKnight, back for McCartney. That shot well wayward as Steven will now be the first one there. Back for McKnight. Skates into that one, shot just went wide of the net. As now McCartney will find his pass. As Dodd trying to skate away, and he'll now get put down. 2-on-2 there in the corner. As both teams now make it 3-on-2 there as that puck is still tied up against the boards.
Credit River will be happy with this. Grind time off the clock.
And now they come away with it as Curry tries to hold it up again. Not as successful, but may still be able to here as that puck will be fired up and out of the zone. Right on target there of Wallace.
And Eric Frook is still in behind his teammates. I'm sure the trainer, Jeff Flooney, who he talked about in the other game, just being cautious here with his defenseman.
But only behind the net. Martin should be the first one there, but Stevens able to keep it. Steven all the way around at Fry. That shot, and that one goes out. And now Wallace might leave it here as White goes to play some pressure. About 20 seconds left here in the power play for the Highlanders, who still look to score the first goal of the night here for any Highlanders team, at least that you and I broadcasted so far.
Yeah, that's right. They won't be calling us to do their broadcasts again, Spencer.
Not at this rate.
The Thunder Bay native shot McLaren there with a pass.
As still trying to fight through there was Osborne. The penalty now is expired. Deegan will hit the ice as nothing coming there for the home side. Under 5 to go here in this second frame is Mazel now.
Good read by McCartney to pick off that pass.
And that shot well wayward. There almost was too many men there off the line change there for the Highlanders. And that puck through a couple different skates. McCartney will fire it. That one sent high and wide. Chopped up and out. Will it go on target? It will, so we'll be at icing.
You can see Wallace wanted to let it go wide, but
was waiting to see some guys with brooms. They're trying to curl that one to the corner, but I didn't see anyone come out. No double touch either. As shot McLaren now.
The Brad Jacobs rink coming home from Italy with the gold medal, and Rachel Homan rink coming home with the bronze. Curling
even through all the controversy, might I add.
Yes, that's right.
As de Guzman shoots that one off the blocker there, maybe even been off the knob of the stick there in the end for Wallace. As de Guzman looks for the hat trick here in the second period. What a pass in front, Ryan shot, that one goes wide. And it hits the dasher.
Yeah, Dale Glynn had to be quick, the referee, to get out of the way of that one.
As it's played into the corner, this top line still dangerous. As McKnight trying to get around the referee, not able to, as that one's poked into the corner. DeCio, he'll pin it. As that one's played around, McLeod can't get away as it's played all the way back around, and this time it's Deegan to go retrieve. Taken now by the Highlanders. As that one played through the middle, McLeod just not able to retrieve it.
Looks like Credit Rivers moved Ryan Shrebiak up from forward or from defense there, number 13, to play. He's up from defense to play forward in the place of the injured Pierce Burridge.
Yeah, I will mention there's the Elite Prospects lineup sheets that we kind of got, because there wasn't much to go off of, are not exactly not exactly honest, because there's 3 defensemen listed for the Highlanders, while there's like 8 for the Credit River Capitals. That shot chipped, and I don't think it ended up making it on target, but another good chance there for the red shirts. And that one stopped in the neutral zone as Neroni tries to get around Farley, and he ends up doing it.
Yeah, the Highlanders have showed some jump. They've had a couple of chances that haven't really, in the end haven't materialized, but they good build up, and then just in the last second don't come through.
Steven now. Kind of a back at you hit there. And the whistle's going to go.
Penalty for Credit River here.
It's going to be a T.
Yeah.
And who's getting it?
It's somebody for, it is definitely.
And it looks to be double twos there for the Capitals, sitting for 2 or less on unsportsmanlike conduct.
Oh no. See, they got the numbers wrong again. That's Alati.
Yeah, it looks like Mario Alati will get a chance to sit.
Again, folks, sorry. The sheets that we have printed off, we have Jack Donor, number 22, and Mario Alati. Well, that is Mario Alati. We'll trust the back of his jersey. 2 minutes for unsportsmanlike conduct.
Again, usually the problem with Mino Sports, they're Michael, you only print off so many numbers, so sometimes you got to wear double duty and the jerseys get shared a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm sure someone was a call-up at one time, whatever.
As McCartney will have to wait here. It's a second power play for the Highlanders. They're currently 0 for 1 so far as Farley skates in. He'll shoot that one blocked, and now a chance for the Capitals to clear, and they do. And we'll mention, through 1 period in Pennsylvania, the Attack are up 3-2.
Okay.
And I will mention it was a power play goal by the Erie Otters, and guess who assisted it? It was Michael Deck.
Of course it was Michael Deck.
Who continues to be an attack killer, if you will, since being acquired by the Pennsylvania club, as the offside is called against the Highlanders here with 1:05 left.
So, 2 things. Michael Deck is a really nice kid. I met him this year when he came to register for some classes at OSDSS. I'm happy for his success. Wish it was an Owen Sound Attack jersey. Secondly, that's the exact same play that Credit River had earlier, where Landon McCartney was timing his entry to the zone based on his teammate going in a straight line. At the last second, right before the blue line, his teammate decided to make a move and threw him offside. When you get close to the blue line, get the puck over the line and get set up.
As Mazel around 2 different white shirts, he'll skate it in with some speed, and the pass just not heavy enough. But now a chance the other way to go. DeCio not really going after it heavy, because again, they're on the PK, but about 38 seconds left here as that puck overskated. Graff will just play it back. As now a chance, maybe one more real rush, 30 seconds left, as fighting through a couple different stick checks there is Osborne. Osborne leaves it off for Mazel. Mazel will fire. The blocker looks like pad save there in the end by Blair.
Yeah, don't know if it was a blocker or the top of his pad. Either way, it was a good save.
Down now. Sent in the middle through a couple different sticks as Mazel will go crash, but DeCio will get it out. And now that may be the end of it here in this second period, as Graff will skate it behind his net and will chew up the rest of this period. They will go into the third with about 16 seconds left in the man advantage, as we'll get our flood and our chance to take a breather.
Yeah.
As a 2-0 lead for the Credit River Capitals over the Grey Bruce Highlanders. And definitely what's been a pretty even game, Michael.
Would say so.
But just the scoreboard has been lopsided for the Capitals, and that top line of Burridge, who's now exited, as well as de Guzman and DeCio continuing to be potent for the away side.
Well, and you mentioned, we'll just pick up on that a second with Burridge leaving, and Liam Lucas still didn't go back on the ice. He put his gloves back on, but he's acting as a door person, so there must be some type of an injury there too. Again, you hope both guys are okay, and then just a tweak with the forearm for Burridge. Highlanders don't want to see him back in this game, but he can come back and play against other people. In all honesty, we hope they're okay. But yeah, back and forth game, pretty even, but the Highlanders, when push came to shove, they couldn't finish off that nice build-up. They'd have a good rush, guys going to the net, and just at the final moments that pass didn't quite get through, or the player just kind of fanned on the shot, whatever it was. Whereas it didn't take de Guzman, he didn't miss. He had 2 chances, 2 goals, and 1 on the power play. I'd mentioned it. Maybe it's going to take a power play. Well, it went against the hometown Highlanders, and it went Credit Valley's way. But good play by both teams. Wallace has looked sharp. He's made some good saves. I would say in the other net, again, some good saves, but hasn't really been tested as much.
No, and you got to mention it. I think a big factor here tonight is Blair because of just how big he is.
Yeah.
His goals against average during the regular season. Again, save percentage not tracked in the AAA U18 because obviously not every rink has shot trackers.
Right.
We don't hear at the Bay Shore, so
Right.
it's not exactly a great metric to try to track. But the goals against averages for Blair are, I believe, 213 in the regular season, and then in another part of the Division League, he has a 1.93 goals against average. So he has been very good for this Credit River squad, and again, you're seeing it tonight. And I think it's also just because when you're that big, you cover up a lot of the net without even trying.
Absolutely you do. And that's where you just have to be solid, right? Like, come out, use your size, cut down the angles, keep your elbows tight. Don't let things go through you because most things are going to hit you. And that's where Owen Sound's got to get some shots low off his pads, crash the net for some rebounds, right? Don't shoot to his glove hand. He's a left-handed player, so a right-catching goaltender. Go to the other side, go to the blocker side, get some rebounds, get some pucks in the crease, and ultimately you've got to get him moving and open up some holes.
That you definitely do. It kind of reminds me, I'll say, of an attack netminder in Trenton Bennett, who's listed 6'7". He's kind of that same build where he's just so big he covers so much of the net, and he just makes everyone else kind of look nowhere near as big, even though a guy like Matt Kaprowski, I believe, listed 6'2", 6'3".
Yeah, he's not like he's small.
But there's different netminders just based on the size, and you kind of see it there with Blair. He's just so much bigger that he's just able to kind of cover up the net without even trying, and then it's causing a lot of things to just hit off him that maybe wouldn't if he was going to be 6 foot, or maybe even closer to 5'10".
Yeah.
But it's caused a lot of problems for this great Bruce team. We're still looking for their first goal of the contest with this third period and this next 20 with maybe the last 20 of their season.
Yeah.
They have to obviously really put the pedal to the metal here in this next period.
Yeah, they sure do. And I think if they get a chance on the power play, they've got, to me, it looked like they were hurrying a little bit on the power play, making a lot of fans, you hear it again at attack games, 3 pass, shoot. No, actually, be a little bit patient, take your time, move the puck around, and that opens up Blair on a cross-ice pass, or you get a good deflection off a defenseman's shin pad eventually. But take your time. They've got 20 minutes. It's a 20-minute period. They're down 2 goals. They don't have to rush, but they certainly have to come out in the third period and show that they're going to push back and they're going to fight here, get some chances early and see what they can do.
And obviously with 16 seconds remaining on the unsportsmanlike conduct call at the end of that second period, you have a chance to win a faceoff and maybe get established in the offensive zone.
Right.
Maybe not get a real chance, but at least get established. So when it becomes back to 5-on-5, you have a chance where that 4 or 5 seconds where that person has to jump out of the box, you have a chance to still get a good opportunity and maybe even a goal. But obviously, again, with only being down by 2, the most quote-unquote dangerous lead in hockey, you have a lot of chances where you're not out of it at any point. You still have a lot of chances to be able to get yourself back into it.
Absolutely. And I mentioned previously, I know Kevin Wallace, this coach, he's a good tactical person, but he's a motivator. I would say probably one of his biggest strengths is his motivating of his teammates, getting them ready to play, getting them in the right mindset to attack. So those Highlanders are going to come out here firing in the third period. He's going to have his lineup set up, those first couple shifts with the players that he wants on the ice to get, again, you're going to start the power play, so he'll have those best offensive players out there to start that third period and be ready to push. And then from the Credit River standpoint, that coach will say, hey guys, we're down a couple players here. We're down our best offensive player, Burge. We're maybe down Liam Lucas, or our bench is shorter. When you get it over the red line, dump it in deep. Make them go a full 200 feet down the ice. Make it difficult on them, right? No risky plays. Chip it off the glass and out. Live to fight another day. Don't give it away at your own blue line. And it's going to be up to the Highlanders to create those turnovers and to get on their toes going forward.
Definitely going to have to be error averse are the Credit River Capitals here in this third and potentially final period. We'll be back for it in about a couple minutes here on Rogers TV. Alrighty. Great Bruce Highlander.
Yeah, it was a good 2 periods. Both teams playing really well. Well, like we said a few times, Credit River with those really strong offensive players just capitalized on a power play and then a 2-on-1 rush. That's the difference. Highlanders have pushed back, just haven't been able to get that really high quality scoring chance against Ian Blair in net for Credit River. The Highlanders do start with a 16-second power play. So as you mentioned before we went to break, can they win the face-off, establish themselves, at least establish themselves in the offensive end before that player comes out of the box?
As you see him there, seething, you could say.
Yeah.
There for Alati.
I mean, I think from behind, like the Capitals, yes, but to me they look like Windsor Spitfires out there, Spencer. The uniforms, other than the logo, which of course, could be the walk.
The lettering is a lot like the Windsor Spitfires, and the jersey colors obviously a lot like the Windsor Spitfires, but Capitals on the front, maybe takes away from that a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe they could be the Credit River Spitfires, I don't know.
Yeah.
That one put wide there.
So the Highlanders do get themselves into the offensive zone as this power play comes to an end.
And it does right now, back to 5-on-5 here. That shot on target there by Mazel. Mazel coming to fight for it. The puck will now be smothered by Blair.
So that's Mazel. I think that's the 3rd time that the puck's just been not quite right in the right spot for him to do that one-timer and a little bit of a fan on it, but then crashing the net, they got that secondary chance. So the Highlanders, this is exactly the start that you talked about, Spencer, that they wanted coming in here to the 3rd period.
Absolutely, as they win the face-off there. That shot tipped down, and it's easy pad save by Blair. As McCartney keeps it at the blue line, he'll fire that one right into the glove of the right-handed catch, Ian Blair. Which, again, you're seeing a lot more of in minor hockey is right-handed catching goalies. Again, it used to be, I'll say, a taboo. You saw none of them. There were none. And now they're seemingly...
Oh, it's in!
It scores!
Just as you're saying that. Is it Steven that scored? It was so quick. Just through the 5-hole, and it got where that pad meets the bottom bar and came right back out. But Steven with a goal to get the Highlanders going here. Look at this off the face-off. Jack Farley wins it. Steven steps in, bang, 5-hole. And this is going to be a great look at it here.
Yeah, just beat him clean there for Steven. And all of a sudden, they're able to capitalize and make it a 2-1 hockey game here.
Nice job by Tristan Steven. They've got his name. Anyway, nice job by Tristan Steven there to win the race to the puck after a scrambled face-off and get that shot away quick. The Highlanders right back in it here, folks.
And I believe assist may go, and it will go assist there to Farley. Absolutely. Off the face-off win. And that put right into the mixer there. No one able to get any wood on it as Brooke will play it back.
So as we talked about, a big goaltender like Blair, you got to open up the holes, right? He's going to take up so much of the net. You have to create holes within him. And that one goes 5-hole just because of how quickly Tristan Steven got that puck away. And then an icing by the Highlanders. So they can't give anything back here. Let's see what the response is from the Credit River Capitals.
And again, that's basically right off the power play there, Michael. They were able to get puck possession and then keep the offensive zone draws.
Absolutely. That was a great call by you. Just establish yourself in the offensive zone.
And now back again, we'll go Frooke as this Capitals team may be pressing a little bit harder now, knowing as that puck goes into the Capitals bench.
That looked like Frooke was kind of looking for Osborne flying down the wing. If that stayed in bounds, it was going to be icing. It wasn't going to hit Osborne. But I think that was the intent.
I would have to agree there.
So we see again Liam Luca, when you see the, well, we'll talk about it in a second here.
That shot to Cio, that one just wide. As Bedness will play it into the Highlanders end as Martin now stops it at the blue line. Back for Deegan. Deegan shot tipped by Bedness, and DeCio puts it on target, but Wallace will be able to save it.
You can see the athleticism from Wallace there. He was way out at the top of his crease, and then he's back to his post quickly to get that kind of scrambled chance there by Credit River. So very quick goaltender's done a lot of work over the years with a guy named Jake Ireland, a local goalie coach. So continue always working on his craft. As I know, again, their other goalie,
What a passing.
Jacob Flooney, is also, but it's Noah Wallace's turn tonight.
Martin plays that one into the slot, but he got blocked before it got to where it was supposed to.
As they go past the Credit Valley bench here, you'll see Liam Luca leaning right by the Freiburg communication sign. He doesn't have, we said it in the second period, doesn't have his gloves on, but he's out there working the door. So something must be wrong with him too, not being able to play here in this third period.
I'm not sure he's checked in once yet, so again, I'm not sure if that's an injury or if maybe he's just wearing the bucket and the uniform to be, if it's been a lingering thing for him.
Well, you know what, actually, when I look at his age, oh no, he's a 2009, so this is his year to play. So it's not a call-up, but anyway.
That stopped
we don't know.
Bedness. As now DeCio, who will have to play a ton of minutes, as will de Guzman, the other two top point getters after Piers Burgess did leave, or Birdridge, did leave and has not returned. That one played into the Highlanders end, but McCartney's able to tick it. And that one's up off the glass and into the neutral zone. Falco will chop it and will go right back to a teammate and then tipped in. McCartney right around his net. Will play it for Osborne, who misses McLeod, went right over his stick, and then he'll dump it in as Graf's got to go back for his stick, pick it off the delayed offside.
Yeah.
As now de Guzman will lift it and put it in. And it looks like they may have split up DeCio and de Guzman. It looks like de Guzman now manning the second line.
Yeah, I wonder if they've kind of had a chance to think about it now, right? Like kind of plan over that intermission and maybe spread their lineup out. And how do things change based on the score, right?
Especially after the Highlanders score basically a minute in. As that one tipped right at the linesman there, so Blair will have to come out and play it. Falco plays it around, and Neroni back for Falco. Will look up, and he'll play it for White. As White will now break it in, leaves it for de Guzman. De Guzman shoots that one wide. Jacome Schultz will lose his footing as that one's held up against the boards. Played up and not out there by Frook. Curry will lift it, right blocked there by Frook, who will just chop it out. That one's gonna get on an edge, and it will go for an icing.
It looked for a second there. That was gonna go on target, but then as you said, it got up on its edge and became unpredictable. So one of the players that's not playing tonight for the Highlanders, I mentioned Coach Mike Salazzo, assistant coach, is Sam Salazzo. And I don't know if he's hurt or what. Like, I did see him at school last week. He started the year playing U18 for the Owen Sound, Tri-Center Attack, the new amalgamated center, it's a Tri-Center Attack. But then the Highlanders needed a player, and he's played with them before, so he joined that team.
That shot goes wayward there from the point as Graf, who's played a ton already in this third period, will play it up and out. As Curry up off the boards.
As referee, I'm not laughing because the referee got hit, just laughing at his reaction. He's like, I was here the whole time. Why'd you have to hit me with a puck? But referees sometimes do take a beating.
That they
which
do.
They do not deserve.
No, which they do not deserve.
We don't have these games without the referees, folks.
Even if you don't like their calls.
That's right.
Especially if you don't like their calls. As that puck played into the opposite end. Dodd will skate away with it now. As one of the Birdness brothers goes after it. De Guzman takes it, and DeCio for the other Birdness, but it got blocked in the red line and dumped in.
Oh, but here comes de Guzman. Always dangerous when he's got the puck.
Guzman now forward, DeCio. DeCio, that one just missed the glove hand there of Wallace.
So I wonder, Spencer, if they're playing them together, but then also spreading them out to the other lines, right? Like,
it may be.
Because you've got DeCio and De Guzman out on the ice together here right now.
As they look to be playing with Nathan Bedness, as that shot by Bedness, as his brother, their William Bedness, will go press.
This is where Farley's at his best. Speed down the wing. Just beat him.
He did. He was able to chop at it, but maybe lost out of real estate there as he made the move around the defenseman, and now taken by that defenseman in Martin.
That's where Jack Farley's at his best. When he gets up to speed, you can see how big and strong he is, and get a step on the defenseman, lean on him, get to the net. So it'd be nice if we can see number 17, Jack Farley, have a couple more skates like that.
Stop there, Neroni. Played behind the net. Falco has to go retrieve it, but it will be the Highlanders' first to it. Blocked, though, by Neroni, who played it for, actually got played forward there for Neroni, but it missed him, and it won't be an icing. And Neroni lost his footing there as he got checked, and nothing comes of it.
No, good hit by McCartney. He got around him just enough, or was it McKnight?
Looks like it was McKnight.
Sorry, McKnight got around him just enough that it wasn't an interference penalty. Oh, and then McCartney, who I just mentioned, got knocked down behind the other net.
That shot right at the blocker there and almost lost the...
Kind of fooled him.
Yeah, and now some pushing and shoving here after the whistle. And ooh, some extra pushing and shoving as McCartney takes another tumble. And now McCartney's going to go ask.
Now, this is where Credit River has to be very careful. If I'm there, look, you can see their coaches are yelling at the team, and like the kids saying, guys, stop it. We're winning by 1. You want to give them another power play? McCartney did skate by and give the goalie a bit of a whack after the whistle just to stir things up, because it's maybe in Highlanders' best interest to try and get them a little riled up and see if they can get a silly penalty.
And they're going to kick one of the Capitals, the face-off taker, out there. As that one chipped up but not out. As De Guzman tried to stop up there and taking a tumble as a Highlander. It looked like it was McLeod.
Yeah.
That puck played across is Jacome Schultz now. That shot right at the 5-hole there. Stick save in the end. But puck stayed there for a second. Finally taken there by the Highlanders.
Well, that's a Credit River team. The play, McLeod and Fruk weren't sure who was going to take that puck in front of Wallace, and it almost got left there for Credit River.
Played up with the point. That shot fanned on it. Now a chance to go, but back will go Kemsley. As White was able to get there. Jacome Schultz, though, able to keep it in. I thought, no, he's not. The linesman will disagree with me.
Wow, good thing for the Highlanders, too.
As that puck off the boards there, Miss Osborne. Nathan Bedness. Play back for Martin. Martin off of the boards there was Jacome Schultz. He's not able to get away as De Guzman kind of skated at it, but Credit River now will get it out, and now it is DeCio. So now it looks like they're kind of mixing up line mates for DeCio and De Guzman. As Jacome Schultz put that one back into the middle, missed. Bedness right on targets. Pad save there by Wallace. Martin now. Push that one towards the net. A good save there by Wallace.
Yeah, those are those tricky bouncers that kind of you can't predict who's going to tip it, where it's going to go. So Wallace had to be sharp there.
He's now trying to get away there with Mazel. Mazel ends up dropping it 4. Ends up no shirt, red shirt was there, as now Farley's just trying to keep it in, and it will find its way out. As Steven, who's the lone goal scorer here for the Highlanders today, between the U16 and the U18, so that one blockered into the corner by Blair. And it's played out again.
2-1 here with 10.5 minutes left. The Highlanders have shown some jump this third period.
And they have lots of time.
Absolutely.
And that puck now chopped in the middle, and just out as Steven tried to keep it. Now Steven plays it back. Now for Farley. Played up, and a chance to go. Mazel. That one got chopped before it ever made it to him, so he had to kind of wait as that one jumps over a couple of sticks, and now McCartney will have to just dump it in, and he wasn't on target there at Blair. Stevens was going to retrieve, but played all the way around there for William Bedness, who gets hit and is able to get it for Deegan, who's able to just get it out, I believe. As DeCio is still on the ice. I feel like he hasn't been on the ice for about 2 minutes.
Yeah, remember I said there, I thought they take really, really long shifts. They're changing now, but yeah, they take long shifts, that line. It hasn't burned them yet.
But you mentioned it during the U16 game where sometimes your top guys just, you shorten the bench a little bit and all of a sudden your top guys are playing quite a bit longer than maybe normal or usual.
Yep.
As that puck played in there by Deegan. Beating Fruk there too, and ooh, awkward tumble there. I'm not sure if Fruk ended up touching him or not, but the whistle will go.
No, I think they're number 14, I think it was the player for Credit River. He fell on his own, and then kind of Fruk went into him after. Yeah, Nathan Neroni. Looked like he lost his footing, and then Fruk did kind of get a bit of a cross-check on him, but he was already on the ice.
And I will mention for the shorty there for the attack, was assisted by Matt Kaprowski.
Okay.
I will mention the score up to here in a second for that game between Erie and Owen Sound. As that puck chipped around, is de Guzman now back for it. And now he's back on this second line with Neroni. As that puck tipped in by Vanderkoy. Well, icing is waved off as Fry beats Falco. Stolen there by Vanderkoy behind the net. Vanderkoy ends up getting centered there as Fruk has to go retrieve, and he'll retrieve as he goes through Neroni.
Yep. Neroni and Fruk having a good battle this shift. Sometimes those individual battles creep up as the games go along.
As that puck played up off the glass. Heimers plays it right back in as Falco will go retrieve. Played around, then now out, but stolen there by McLeod. He's got to wait for a tag up here, and he finally gets it. McLeod, though, stopped. Blocked, though. Vanderkoy was the clearance attempt. Vanderkoy now plays it all the way back to the point. Is retrieved. That pass across, and a wide open red shirt just not able to retrieve the pass.
Yeah, just hopped over his stick. That was a really good pass by McKnight, but just bounced over his stick.
McLeod now, who was the recipient, passed in front. That one just sent wide there by that
Ethan
Luke
Osborne. Nightmares about that one. What a great fake by whoever it was behind the net. I didn't see who that was. Kind of fake going around the one side and came back to Osborne.
And now it's stolen there by the Capitals. A chance to go, and Neroni gets tripped there by Graf, and that will send the Capitals to their second power play. They are 1 for 1 today on the man advantage. As it was de Guzman getting the goal. He got both tonight for the Capitals. We'll see if he can get his hat trick here on this power play. As Graf made maybe the most obvious trip we've seen.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Just player gets half a step on him and just gets his stick in between the feet of Negroni, who was having a kind of personal battle shift with Eric Fruk, but it was Graf in the end that takes him down.
DeCio for de Guzman. De Guzman back for DeCio. DeCio will fire it, and that one goes high. Nathan Bedness for Martin.
So, and
for
it looks
DeCio.
Like the other Bedness here is getting the spot of Pierce in the middle there now that he's out. So Pierce Burge is out, and the other Bedness is on the ice in his spot.
And now Nathan Bedness plays it down there for de Guzman. De Guzman will take his skate around. He's got two different red shirts kind of watching him there as Nathan Bedness over for Martin. Martin will skate into it. Played down now for, I look to be DeCio.
Yep.
DeCio. Back for de Guzman.
William Bedness having a good physical battle out front. Clears himself up.
Nice shot. Another great save by Wallace, and he reached across, and DeCio looking skyward as William Bedness and still jousting there in front of the net.
I thought Bedness had scored the first shot. I'm going to have to see a replay on that. And then Wallace not giving up, doing his best. Dominic Hasek keeping that puck out of the net for the Highlanders. So Wallace coming up big for his teammates.
That he is. That clearance again there.
Often your best penalty killer has to be your goaltender, and Noel Wallace was there for sure.
I feel like I've heard Mark McKelvey and or Jason Coote say that quote before.
Yeah, I might have stolen it from one of those guys.
Well, they're reused.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
Maybe borrowed it back.
Borrowed it.
As Fruk now trying to fight through, but Jacome Schultz now plays it back. As his second unit hits the ice, Ryan plays it all the way around. They got about 15 left here on the power play as one of the Capitals collides with the referee there is Falco. And we'll receive it back. 5 left to go on the power play. Falco played across on a skate, and it goes just wide of the net. That was lucky there for the Highlanders. As now back to 5-on-5 we go. That shot blocked in front. Where's the puck? It's right there in the slot, and finally put into the boards.
Wow,
and there's going to be a slash here going against the Capitals, and that will send the Highlanders to a power play, and this is a monumental chance for the Highlanders to tie it.
Michael Deegan with a penalty here.
That's his second of the game, I believe.
Sure is. And Noel Wallace saved them on that power play for the Capitals, and can they now do him a favor and score on their own power play? Jack Farley's going to step in there for the face-off, and he does win it for the Highlanders.
That shot just wide there for Farley. Kept in, though, for the second by the Highlanders. William Bednes will hold it up against the boards. De Guzman lining him as that puck may be played around by De Guzman. He has a chance to go, and he will. De Guzman in for the hat trick. Scores! Christian De Guzman with the hat trick shorty. He got one even strength. He got one in the power play. Why not make it a shorty to get the third? It's 3-1 Capitals.
Do we call that the cycle? Is that the cycle for goal scoring here?
Maybe.
What a shot from the top of the circle. And you can see how far out Wallace was. He was being aggressive there. This is a perfectly placed shot. And Jack Farley coming down on the back of his stick may have altered the shot a little bit there too. But holy cow, what a turn of events. A good kill by the Highlanders. They earn a power play, but then give up a shorty. Tough stretch there for. Now they got a chance on the power play here to get that one back. If they can even up this power play, that would be a win for the Highlanders.
And DeCio all over the breakout here of the home side as Mazel threw a couple different checks, but now DeCio, and he put it off the linesman. Unlucky there for DeCio. But now William Bednes going to retrieve. Played now here by the Highlanders, who again, you mentioned it, really could use a power play goal now after letting up the shorty as Vanderkoy gets through, played over, Graff will fire, that one just missed the target.
Good play.
Back Mazel, played over. We'll send it back for Mazel. There was Osborne off of William Bednes. Falco played up the boards, and Osborne will stop it. Back there for Mazel. Mazel threw some white shirts. He'll shoot. That one blocked in front. Rebound shot. Jeez. That one also blocked in front.
Get one through.
Curry taking a beating there in front. Mazel, 30 seconds left from the power play. Nice move there. Played in the middle. Vanderkoy got dropped. Puck's now basically in his feet. Not able to retrieve it, as now picked up.
20 seconds left.
Mazel moving it around here. Back for Osborne. Osborne a one-time
tip
in front, but never got through. That one
it
is! It is!
Yes, it is!
I'm not sure if it got in the first time, but it definitely did the second time there, Michael. A power play marker makes it 3-2. And the Highlanders back within one with 3:43 left, and the recipient of that one will be, and I take a look at all my sheets, it is Ewan Mazel.
Yep. So I thought it went in right here. Who cares? Ewan Mazel knocks it in right there. And
we'll see it here, Michael, if it does.
Yeah. No. Blair must have kept it out, reaching back, but the Highlanders prove that if you stick with it, good things happen. Determination, and Ewan Mazel bangs it in. Good job crashing the net on the power play, and a good bounce back after what could be really demoralizing, giving up a shorthanded goal. To have the mental strength to stick with it and set your power play up again.
Blair, that one right into the chest. That's a big goal there for the Highlanders, Michael.
Yeah, it sure is. So 3-2 here with 3.5 left.
You got to wonder when they're going to pull Noel Wallace here.
Yeah.
As Neroni gets that one stolen off of him, as Martin will throw it the other way, and nobody home for either team, so it will make its way out as, heavy hit there by Shutt McLaren, and Neroni's going to ask some questions, and I don't blame him. That was heavy there.
So I wonder if, so you can see here Dale Glynn and Josh Gibson are going to talk about this. Is it a boarding? Is it a hit from behind? Cross-check, what are they going to call it here?
2, and it's going to be the board.
Yeah, boarding. Similar play to when Landon McCartney got hit into the boards earlier in the game. So that's tough timing, of course, for the Highlanders, who were showing some life after that power play goal. Thankfully, the player that got hit got up. No harm done that way.
1 for 2 is the power play of the Capitals, so they get a third chance here, and maybe a chance to ice it, you could say, Michael, with About 3 minutes to go here in the period.
Yeah.
And the game. As Nathan Bednes right across, just missed DeCio.
So Highlanders can get their own shorty here. Wouldn't be a bad thing.
No, it wouldn't
for
be.
the hometown fans, and there certainly are. You don't see it kind of on your screen there. There's over 3,000 seats here at the J.D. MacArthur Arena, and most of the family and friends that are here are kind of below us on this side of the rink. And so there's a really good number of fans here today.
And there's some scattered around the rink as well. Because again, it is open seating. You say whatever you want. You don't got to buy no tickets.
That's right.
It's like a general admission at the cinema. I get to pick where I want to sit. As
so
Martin.
Kill this off, and then you've got a minute to play with probably pull your goalie 6 on 5.
They got to kill the rest of this first.
That's right.
Left here, but they have changed, I think, some of the line here. As DeCio down for de Guzman. De Guzman for Falco.
You can hear the coach yelling, or we could hear, I don't know if you picked up on our microphones, the coach of Credit River saying, work it down low, and they do, and DeCio had a chance, and then Bednes had a great chance. He's had 2 great chances on the power play since he was put there in Pierce Burridge's spot.
Yeah, that was William Bednes there. Not able to capitalize on the doorstep, as now with 30 seconds left, the second unit just hit the ice here, as Falco will put that one just wide of Wallace. And it's put behind the net. Farouk will throw it up through the middle, and it will go right through everybody and go right on target as Blair almost fanned on it there as Prowling was Fry.
Okay.
Fry still with a chance to play it though. Missed him. Farley just couldn't get around as it's poked and poked out.
Wyatt Fry had a couple of near misses there. A scary play when the goaltender almost gives it away right at the top of the circles.
Power play over, 1 for 3 now for the Capitals as you see, and Stevens incidental there with Curry, no whistle.
Just get up and get back in the play though, don't complain about it. No time for that.
As now Stevens will go jump on
Noah
it.
Wallace will follow him to the bench. Nope, can't get it out.
And now a chance here though, under a minute to go. Now right off the stick there of Dodds. Played right through the middle here. De Guzman, you gotta assume De Guzman and DeCio might play the rest of this game out as that puck played off the boards. That one played in by McKnight.
Oh,
it just
that was
got over.
Close to icing.
Curry now going to try to keep it out. It's a 6 on 5 with 38 left to go. That shot right through a couple different red shirts. Was it touched? It was.
Oh,
so they got to go play it.
That's bad luck that they touched it. If you're not going to keep it in, you want to miss it.
Or is that going on target?
Yeah, that's true
in.
too. I mean, you can't not do it because.
And now McKnight will fire that one right in. I believe that was saved there by Blair.
Blocked
15 to go. That one shot all the way around. Got to pinch down as McCartney. McCartney blocks the clearance attempt. Kept though at the boards. A chance to maybe chew up the rest of this clock here as that puck is fought for. Does come loose. They got one more chance here. McKnight gonna have to fire. Block. McKnight. Another one. Saved there by Blair. And that is the contest. A 3-2 win for the Credit River Capitals over the Grey Bruce Highlanders, who fought right to the bitter end, just unlucky there on that shorty on the hat trick goal by de Guzman to end up being the game-winning goal here today.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they fought right to the end, the Highlanders did. They came out in that third period and really challenged and, put a couple goals on the board. I always say short-handed goals are kind of unlucky, just couldn't quite keep it in at the blue line. And what a great shot by de Guzman on that short-handed rush. Like, I thought, why did he shoot from so far out? Oh, that's why, because he's going to rip it basically bar down right over the blocker of Noah Wallace.
And that was a great game there for the Capitals. See there some handshakes between the teams and the officials. As I will mention now, the attack in Erie in Pennsylvania, about halfway through the game, 4-4.
Oh, jeez.
Michael Beck's got 2 apples, I think both on the power play, as they are 2 for 5 tonight, are the Erie Otters, who continue to be just on the attack penalty kill. They had 4 goals out of 8 on the power play there in their previous contest down in Erie. But on one of the random Wednesday night games like to play between Owen Sound and the Otters. But back onto this one there, Michael. Obviously not the result Grey Bruce would have hoped for, but a lot of fight, and they obviously weren't out of it at any point, as it felt like they were right there, just unlucky to not be able to get the result, you could say.
Yeah, again, like short-handed goals, they can be such backbreakers, right? You think, okay, we talked about it. Noah Wallace had made an incredible save on the previous power play from Credit Valley. You get your own power play, like let's get on this, and then you give up a shorty right away. Now they showed some good mental fortitude by sticking with it, getting their own power play goal back to get them back in and give themselves a chance in that flurry and the finish. But they just couldn't quite generate enough good offensive chances, despite they had good rushes and good passing, but it seemed to just always break down right at that final pass or that final one-timer roll off the heel of the stick, and ultimately ends up in a 3-2 loss to a very good Capitals team from Credit River.
That they are, and we'll go to players of the game before we go. For Grey Bruce, you got a couple options. Obviously, Noah Wallace with a couple of big saves there, maybe an easy pick, but who else would you think?
Well, I think, as I said, Noah Wallace played great, but I'm going to say Ewan Mazzell. He did get one of the goals, but he seemed to have the puck on his stick the most of any of the Highlanders players, making rushes up the ice, trying to create some offense, and so to me, it was Ewan Mazzell, and then he did get rewarded with that power play goal.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Those were probably two of the big takeaways for me as well, as said Mazzell from the Highlanders, and obviously for the Capitals, the again easy pick would probably be the hat trick man himself in de Guzman.
Yeah, sure was. I mean, that line, you brought it up, you knew it, you did your research. And so it's really too bad Burge got hurt. Again, we send our thoughts out to him. Hopefully there's nothing truly wrong with his forearm there. They had splint. But those guys are just so dynamic. And you saw that speed on that shorthanded breakaway from de Guzman. He's got speed. He's got a shot. He's got really good ice vision. Him and DeCio moved that puck around. And then, Nathan and William Bedness, too, they showed up and they filled spots and looked good on the power play. So lots to be happy about if you're a Credit River Capital. But I think you're right. De Guzman's the easy choice. We'll call it he got the hat trick, but also the cycle. Shorty, power play, and even strength goal.
You just couldn't get the empty netter to make it make it a four goal party.
Yeah, I guess that'd be the cycle, the true cycle.
The true cycle. But anything you want to say, Michael, before we go? Obviously, our lone probably weekend at the rink here on Rogers TV. It was a lot of fun.
It was, and Spencer, so thank you for inviting me on here with you. And, we think back to years past, the voices of minor hockey. I mentioned them earlier, Gord Chapman, Steve Murley, and, of course, Glenn Juniper, the late Glenn Juniper, who was my coach, and then I got to broadcast with him quite a bit. Ken Williams, who coached and so it's exciting to be back here. And, so thanks to Pat Quigley for putting this to broadcast together, that we could come up here and do some minor hockey. And so hopefully in the future we get a chance, the Owen Sound Ice Hawks, the girls program, doing lots of great things. If you get a chance, check out their schedules. Their season goes right to mid-April, provincials. You got the Tri-Center Attack playing out of Owen Sound, and we would like to get, and then also Owen Sound minor hockey at the local league level. So lots of great minor hockey. If you're not watching here on Rogers TV, get out to your local rink, whether you're in Tara, in Meaford, in Kincardine, wherever you are, get out and support the kids. They're playing really hard. They're putting in a lot of work, and it's just really exciting to be able to bring it to the fans at home.
And of course, we hope to do more. It's just got to be schedules with the OHL and schedules with, of course, our producer Pat Quigley, who's got to make the drive from Orangeville, Caledon himself. Yeah. So, it's a lot of work to go into game days for our Rogers crew, and we're happy to have you here today. But for myself, Spencer Byers, Michael Harris, and of course Pat Quigley behind the camera, we will see you for, I can only imagine, the next Attack broadcast on March 6th when the Guelph Storm make their way here to the Bay Shore here on Rogers TV.
I'm still not sure I know quite what a nutrition break is, but I know you need to have food in your system to function.
Yeah. So most school boards across Ontario went to what we call a balanced day. Okay, and the balanced day, instead of having this one, and I'm talking elementary here.
Yeah, okay.
Elementary. Is that, and so instead of having kind of like, you come to school, you have a short recess, that you have a long lunch hour, which gives you the
Okay.
ability to maybe go outside and play or go home or things like that. And then another recess in the afternoon. And that's changed to
Yep.
make it so that there's, a longer time in like kind of in the morning and a longer time in the afternoon. That's why they talk about it as a
Okay.
balanced day. And
Okay.
it would be then. So before kids come to school, I know our area, all the schools, in particular elementary, have what we call breakfast programs.
Okay.
And they're run by volunteers, and they provide food. In fact, I have a trustee who at a school, she is the breakfast person. And
The breakfast lady.
yeah, she is. And then you know what? She's fabulous, and she has a really close relationship with those students because they go from JK to grade 8.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's not necessarily what trustees do, but she was a breakfast person in the school before she became a trustee, and she continued doing that. So that idea about trustees are really locally based in your community is she'd be a prime example of that.
Interesting. Now, do you hold fundraisers in the Blue Water Board?
Well, and not what Mike, like, that's really wonderful what Mike's doing. Generally, like in terms of fundraisers, all our schools, so whether it's through school council or we have home and school associations, they're
Right.
always doing, school fundraisers. But we do have an outdoor education center.
Okay.
And we also have a Blue Water Foundation, and they basically are fundraise for that outdoor education center. So
Okay.
all our children can go at least once for 2 or 3 days to the outdoor education center.
And learn
So,
things they might not learn at home.
yeah, or the fact is for some children, they maybe never get to go, like, say an outdoor real experience. So they learn all about the outdoors. They might go orienteering, rope climbing. We have a barn there. They learn all sorts of things about nature. They have I'm thinking astrology dome there. I don't know if you know that. You can go and look at the stars.
Astronomy. Would it be astronomy? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Learn about the stars. That's so important. Well, listen, we're just about up to our first break. So everybody hold on, come back, and we're going to learn about a provincial association. So join us after the break.
This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity, connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
After a night out with your friends, not having a plan for a safe ride home can leave you in a bad spot. You could end up riding in a police car, an ambulance, or a hearse. These unplanned modes of transportation can be a costly choice and do not take you home. Your plan could include a designated driver, a taxi, or public transit. Drink responsibly, choose your ride, and have a plan for a safe ride home.
Visit arrivealive.org to find out more.
Think it's okay to drive high? Think again. Drug-impaired driving is as illegal as drunk driving, and in Ontario, the penalties are the same. If police suspect you're driving under the influence of drugs of any kind, or a combination of drugs and alcohol, and you fail a roadside test, your license will be suspended immediately for up to 30 days. You'll pay a penalty of $198. And you can be charged with a criminal offense of impaired driving, the same as alcohol. Driving high is never okay.
Are you a content creator looking to expand your audience and make your voice heard in your community? Rogers TV wants to provide you with a platform to share your hobbies, interests, and stories for free. Visit us to find out more.
Welcome back, everyone. This week I'm in conversation with Jan Johnston, or John Stone, I'm not sure, I should have asked. John Stone, okay, and Mike Foley, who are two neighboring school board trustees. But Jan, you have an extra level.
Yes,
you are on the provincial board, and it's the Ontario Public School Boards Association. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, what's that?
Okay, so the Ontario Public School Board Association represents 31 English public school boards in the province, along with 10 school authorities in Ontario, and we represent 1.4 million public and elementary and secondary students in the province. So all English public school boards belong to the association. There is a fee to be a part of that, but that's actually, and we provide as an organization services to in terms of governance for trustee, the trustee board, but also we provide supports and services to the board staff. So we're not a what I'd call a trustee organization. We're actually a full board, board. So we also are responsible for the collective bargaining in the province.
Ooh,
with
big job.
all, that's a huge job. So, for example, Simcoe, it belongs to the Ontario Public School Board of Association. So does Blue Water. The fees are based on student enrollment. So the smaller the board is, the less their fee is. So it's not all the same. Bigger boards obviously would pay, a much higher, higher fee. So it's equitable in that regard. But in sense, especially smaller northern, rural, remote boards and medium-sized boards get a lot more services. And the reason being is that they don't have as many staff as those really big boards.
Yeah.
So we provide all sorts of supports and services to them that they couldn't, that they're not trying to do something that they're you could say too small to do. They don't have to hire staff. So there's this, provincial organization that provides those kind of services and support. So there's a financial officer, and like I said, we do all the collective bargaining. So that's the funder is the province.
Okay. and also
we,
you're not if you don't know something as a smaller school board.
Yeah.
There's a wisdom bank. You don't have to reinvent everything. You don't have to have, I don't know how many school boards did you say? Like everybody's got different rules and regulations.
31 school boards
everywhere
that belong to this. Yeah.
So it's a major resource.
It is. So we have what's called program and work committee. So, just say, for example, the province is doing things around curriculum. We would go out and ask every board in the province, okay, what are you doing around curriculum in this area? And we would gather all that data and information and create something so that they can all benefit from it. The best practices, things like that.
Seeing as I really don't know, do you have an association office? Do you have staff?
That's my ear board.
Oh, sorry.
I think you're asking about where it is. It's located in Toronto, and there is a couple of offices. The other thing we provide to school boards is, remember I talked about the fee, but it comes actually more of a wash because we also have an energy coalition. It reduces energy costs for every board that belongs to it. So
an energy
coalition, yes. So the amount of money that each board saves through recouping of energy costs is more than the cost of their fees.
Okay, so it's self-sustaining.
It's yes, exactly it. And of course that's exactly. The other one is copyright costs.
Okay.
So the coalition also provides that. So we get it a lot less price because it's kind of like the bigger you can get cheaper. It's like buying in bulk.
Buying in bulk. So Mike, let's talk to you as a Simcoe County trustee. How do you relate to the association?
Well, it's a great opportunity for us to get together a couple of times a year and provide an idea and ideas from different boards, how they're doing different things, and certainly listening to a host of speakers that come from outside of our board to share new ideas, concepts, and practices with us. So it's great to have, so many different avenues for thought and learning. And I think that's wonderful. Not to mention, as Janet said, advocating and negotiating and working on behalf of all the boards when it comes to developing collective agreement with the government, which is hugely important to have community voice involved in that.
Yeah. So how Mike and I even know each other is through the Ontario Public School Board Association, and it's through what they call an education symposium. They also have a labor symposium.
Okay.
And so, and then we provide different kinds of, you could say, workshops and things like that. So that's how Mike and I actually, met.
Yeah.
And,
First hooked up. Okay.
yeah.
It gives us an opportunity to network with people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which
And
is
also,
important.
well, and that's exactly it. So, what's your board doing? And so we share a lot of, this is a great thing that we're doing at our board. We would get more information. We also have what's called regional meetings. So the province, in terms of boards, are kind of broken up into like five regions. So there's like a north and a central west, and yeah. And as a board, like, so trustees would then attend, like, say, a regional meeting, like, say, every 3 or 4 months. There would be some, professional development, or you get to see a really cool program at a school, in that area, and it gives your board ideas, and then you would have a meeting. And so there's that idea of not only networking, but also sharing, best practices in education.
I noticed recently education in Queen's Park has been in the news with a new bill.
Yeah.
And they're looking at making changes, and I wonder, is that something that came from you, came along with you as they looked at doing it's sort of putting an office in the schools. My understanding, an office or a person in the schools to deal with issues, which is kind of what I thought the trustees did.
Well,
go ahead, Mike.
Okay.
Go for it.
I mean, I've been hearing a lot of different things on the news over the last couple of months, and I mean, it's still rather unclear what the Ministry of Education is looking at doing at this point in time. They've kind of said that with the schools that they've taken responsibility for with their supervisors, they're going to install these call centers by January 1st, and that they hope to have that in every. Pardon me?
Of 2026?
That's correct. And they're talking about installing those call centers where somebody will have to respond within 2 days and have a solution within 5, which is really practically impossible because there's so many different layers.
On paper.
Pardon me?
It looks good on paper.
Well, it's rainbows and unicorns. It's a wonderful way to think, but practically, I don't think that's going to work. I mean, as a trustee, and Jan can attest to it, and any other trustee can attest to it. I mean, we do so much integrated work with the communities, whether we're working with our town councils, we're working with our police departments, our fire departments, working with community groups to whether it's to raise funds or to get speed limits or speed mitigation things done in front or near schools. I mean, we do such a variety of things that a call center just won't be able to do. And
what I'm trying to do, in so many ways, when I hear you talking, it's taking something that will be kept within a school as opposed to looking for a broader solution, because it can't only be one school that has certain issues.
Jump in here.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to jump in because it really came about because some boards came under provincial supervision.
Yes.
And parents were, trying to contact the supervisors, and nobody was responding to them. And so it's different, like with boards who are not under supervision. So they said that's why in the supervised board, these kind of call answer, are going to be there. And it was because of them, but they said, they want to see something in place for every board in September of 2026.
Okay.
And the thing is that, in some ways, that's already happening. I mean, there's a whole protocol in school boards where, if somebody phones me or Mike, and they have a issue in the classroom, we're going to direct them back to the teacher because that's where it's going to be resolved. I'm not, or if it's a school-based issue, talk to the principal, and then it goes up the ladder to the superintendent and even eventually to the director. And we're just helpful, to navigate that system. But, and so that's the other thing, if somebody is phoning this call center for, a teacher-based, school classroom issue, that concerns me because we want them to engage with their teacher, right?
Yeah, I guess it can be confusing as to where do you go. And it sounds like the government is sort of saying, here's a centralized way of dealing with it. Whether it works or not, I don't know.
Well,
sorry, go
ahead, Mike.
Okay,
go ahead.
It just seems impractical from a hands-on point of view, because a lot of the people that'll be answering these phones will not. I mean, they'll have all the administrative connections and contacts, but they won't necessarily have the community contacts of how things work in each individual community. And I think that's where trustees come in. I mean, on our board, we've got, 12 trustees, we've got 3 student trustees. And so we've got a pretty good grasp on what's going on around Simcoe. Whereas if you're going to have a couple of people answering questions, they'll be able to answer the very specificity of the questions, if it's about a school or if it's about a bus, but they won't be able to speak specifically about how to do the connection between that part of the community and the administration. That's where the trustees come in and make that possible, because we know who you should speak to or how things will work or what would work in one community and what wouldn't work in another. And if we don't have the answer, then we reach out to the appropriate people. We can direct those people asking the question to the appropriate people. And I just see, and see this becoming a real failing process based on, what I've heard so far.
The other thing is, it wasn't, I'm going to say this, Penny, nobody asked for this.
Yeah.
That was
going to be one of my questions.
Trustees. And I think the other thing is to look at this as more top down rather than bottom up, right? Like, so, and it concerns me because, you're already hearing school boards or challenged, in terms of money. This now takes another resource.
Another chunk.
Yeah. And you're kind of going, wait a minute, I mean, could you give us just say more EAs in the classroom, or can we lower class size, right? Or, more buses on the road. Nobody asked for a call center.
Nobody asked for a call center. Interesting. Well, we're coming up to our next break, but when we come back, I really want to be able to continue this conversation because there's an election in a year, and I want everybody to understand what our trustees do because we elect you. So join us after this break.
Sports is life. It's clear cut. Everything's out in the open. There's nowhere to hide. I had to prove myself more than anyone else.
You must be so proud of your son. He's gonna go pro. The sky's the limit.
There's always a winner and a loser.
You cannot reach the sky in broken cleats.
Of course, I always want to be the winner. And I did reach the sky.
Norman Kwong, the first Chinese-Canadian professional football player, still holds records to this day. He retired from the sport in 1960 and later became Lieutenant Governor of Alberta.
Hello to your cell phone. How can I help?
I need somebody, not just anybody. Won't you please, 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 please help me?
Welcome back. This week I'm in conversation with Mike Foley from the Simcoe County District School Board trustee, and Jan Johnstone, who is with the Blue Water District School Board trustee and the Provincial Association. So you guys gearing up? Are you thinking about putting your name in again, throwing your hat in the ring for this illustrious job?
Well, I'm hoping that, we have the opportunity to do that again. I mean, this new bill could change that. There's been a lot of discussion by the Minister of Education about eliminating trustees. And I mean, that's of great concern to me on so many levels, but hopefully that won't happen.
Too, because if not, it just becomes individual schools. There's no...
Well, there would be a board.
Yeah.
There's always going to be, a director of education and a centralizing staff for each
That's
school
a different
board.
type of staff person. I think of the trustee as being the community touchstone.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So Bill 33, when it passed, I think that's, where we're going, or what Mike is alluding to, is that what it did was centralize all authority into the Minister of Education's office. So it removed those important checks and balances, through cabinet. So before they couldn't make major changes without going back to cabinet. Now he can just say whatever, do whatever he wants. It ends up, eliminating the voice of locally elected trustees.
Okay.
And that's really what it does. And it shifts away from our school board's collaborative approach that has long, we've supported and strong community-based education governance in Ontario. So we've all been locally based, right? So, Mike represents an area, he knows it really well. I represent a very different area, has different needs, and you try to tailor, those educational needs to your area. We provide agricultural programs. They don't do that in downtown Toronto, right?
No, they do not. Is a part of your job or your passion, do you visit all your schools?
Oh, every school. Every school. And sometimes, we get involved with all the different things that are going on, like fun days and special events, as well as just regularly visiting them and finding out what's going on and talking to the people that are frontline workers.
Yeah. So I try to attend, every school council meeting and home and school meeting. Okay. I make a point of, going, at the beginning in September where they have a barbecue, kind of meet the teacher and everything. I always go. And you have to make sure you're invited. You just don't walk into schools, right? Like,
it's not about you.
It's absolutely not about you. So I'm at graduations. I actually volunteer my time to judge science fairs. I also judge speeches and things like that. So but you don't walk into schools. We don't, the principal is responsible for their school. It's their authority. We can't go in, just walking in anywhere.
Like judging a science fair actually gives you an opportunity to interact with the students, which I think is fantastic. Right. And they can understand you're the trustee.
Yeah.
I've gone to different events like judging debates, which has been fun, or sporting events. So you really get to know what your community is about because you're, your feet on the ground and you're there. And that's the important thing. And that's one of the largest differences between, us as local trustees and some distant person making decisions 130 miles south of here, 130 kilometers.
I think the other thing people genuinely need to understand, there are sort of two channels. There is the staff who make way more money than a trustee makes. This is kind of the point I'm trying to make.
Close.
Not even close, not even remotely close. And I think sometimes when they talk about principals who work their way up to become director of education and that sort of thing, they do climb a scale. The trustees do not.
No, no, the only scale, would be that, on a school board, there would be, the election of the vice chair and the election of the chair, and they get a bit more money because they have more responsibility. I am the elected vice chair, for example, of the Blue Water District School Board. So it comes with certain additional responsibility. So I would chair different kinds of meetings, and I also share with the chair and the director. We make looking at agendas coming up and things like that. So there's certain kinds of decisions we make on behalf of the board. On behalf of, we don't make, there's no secrecy or anything like that.
And
as
you
the
have to
public.
report back to your boards, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And, you have board meetings, so you're always seeking input. Sometimes, for example, there'll be board votes, a lot of times, right? To make, certain decisions about budgets are particular. Trustees of a board hire a director. That's a huge, because that's going to be your top person in your board that oversees the day-to-day operations.
Yeah.
So we come with a lot of responsibility. We know what our community wants. We just hired a new director in Blue Water, and so we came with we wanted somebody who really understood geography.
Okay.
We also
Makes
wanted
sense. Yep.
Understood, because our schools are much further apart, like in the Simcoe board. We also have tuition agreements with two bands in Grey Bruce, Cape Croker, and Saugeen. So we wanted a director who has had experience working with indigenous populations.
Okay.
Those things are important. So that's local. It's
and that's all a part of everybody's education.
Yeah, right.
Fascinating. Mike, have we got, now Wasaga Beach is it building the Catholic high school now, or the Catholic school? It's sort of a
I believe they're building currently the Catholic high schools under construction.
Okay.
And then the public school from the Simcoe board. We've got almost 16 acres that are just waiting for the go ahead. So
and where is that located in the beach?
It's going to be on Sunnydale and Sun Valley.
Okay.
So just a new section of town.
Yep.
A lot of new houses going up, so it's going to be really convenient for a lot of kids to be able to walk or bike to school, which is going to be wonderful, right? It'll be.
And after you get funding for that, where's your next? Are there any new? I'm sure you always keep a wish list. I'm sure every board does, or a priority list.
Well, there are other schools that are being put forward. One of the things on the wish list is to have a new Collingwood school.
Yes.
Whereas to replace CCI. I mean, CCI is a wonderful school, but it's aging out. It was determined about 10 years ago that it had reached its age limit. And then there was a second survey done, I think, 3 years ago, which determined it required almost $30 million to keep it functioning. So, it's like having a 67 GTO. You love the car, but it costs a fortune to keep it running. So, I think what we really need to do is get a new high school in Collingwood.
CCI, a replacement for CCI, would you, I know you're not there yet, but would you move it? Would you rebuild where you are?
I think it would be nice to keep it where it is, but those decisions need to be made between the town and the board as to the viability of that. I think personally, it's, in a great place. It's, wonderful for people to walk to school and to be a center of town and community. And certainly, I've had discussions with the town council about the joint operations that could take place between both the board and the town. So there's a lot of willingness to work together and develop things together. But at this point, it's on the wish list officially as of this past September. But it's going to be a while before we get to that point.
Coming to fruition. How about in your school board area? Have you got any schools that are bursting, that are aging out?
Yeah, so we just finished doing a replacement school in Meaford. And there's a brand new, secondary. I think it's actually it's a JK to grade 12, and then there, it had to have an additional space put on because of growth in that population. We're going towards the Flesherton area of our board is a huge in Markdale, huge growth happening, and so we've put in and we've been approved, and in my area. So we are replacing our Kincardine District Senior School, which is a grade 7 to grade 12 school. It's going to be a replacement school. We were approved some years ago for that, and so we, it's taken a while to secure property because there wasn't any service property, but I know that we're all that it's finally, there's some things that have already happened. I know we're looking at putting the shovel in the ground in September, but the current site of our school, it was not appropriate. We could not, oftentimes there's a big enough space you can build a new school in front or behind, and then you tear down the other. But this particular site wasn't. But I wanted to share that. It's that I've been working on a new school for Kincardine since 2006.
Okay.
And the reason being is that was a time when there was declining student enrollment. They said we had too much space, even though it was an old building. So we closed schools. I'm letting you know what we had to go through to finally get a replacement school. And the community has been totally supportive of that. But we really did. We moved the 7s and 8s into the high school, and we did things to make it at over capacity to finally get the capital from the province, the approval to build a new school. My community is absolutely pumped.
I'll bet. What about the old high school in Meaford? Like when you build new, what happens to the old ones?
Well, if it's on the same property, right, and they're gonna, if it's especially an old building, they're gonna tear that building down, so you build in front or behind, wherever the space is, and then you would tear it down. If it's at a new site and you have an old building, then depending on the board's needs, and generally if it's a replacement school, you're looking at basically selling that building land.
Okay.
But the province has a new thing where they get basically first kick at the can. So it used to be that we would offer to our coterminous board and municipality, there was a list, right?
Yeah.
But now the province can just step in and say, listen, we're taking over the selling or development of this surplus land, because essentially the province owns every institution in Ontario.
Okay. So, I mean, again, it shows why we need trustees and why we need the association as well. Because some of this asset, I mean, no school is on a little amount of land. So that's value, and it's valuable property. And often when it was built, it might have been on the edge of something, but now it's been absorbed.
And now it's in the center of town.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, most definitely is. Well, listen, we're up to our next break. So join us when we can come back. And I'm going to throw this to you to think about in the break. What would you like to talk about to do with trustees and schools? So you think about that and join us when we come back.
With Rogers TV, you can cheer on the home team from the comfort of your living room. We'll head to the rink, the field, the court, or the pitch, so you don't have to. Tune in and cheer on your local amateur athletes on Rogers TV.
After a night out with your friends, there's always options for getting home safely. You could call your BFF, your mom or dad, whoever you can count on for a safe ride home. You could call your favorite cab company or 1-888 taxi guy. Or you could use the Arrive Alive smartphone app to help you choose your ride. Be it a friend, transit, or taxi, getting home safely is app easy. Now available for iOS and Android devices. Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
I'm Wendell Clark with a word about winning. We all know it takes a team effort in any sport and with any challenge. You can be a part of the winning team that shuts out impaired driving. Whether you're out on the town or just hanging out with friends, drink responsibly. Always have a plan for a safe ride home for yourself, your family, and your friends. You'll be helping to shut out impaired driving.
Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
You're watching an interesting local show on Rogers TV and you want to know more. That's when you head to rogerstv.com. Our website provides more information about our programs, our hosts, our schedule, and about how you too can get involved with Rogers TV. Visit us online at rogerstv.com.
Welcome back to the last segment. I'm in conversation, which is really what we're doing, with Mike Foley, Simcoe County School Board Trustee, and Jan Johnstone, Blue Water District School Board Trustee. And just before the break, we started talking about what happens to the old schools that aren't torn down or built behind and torn down. They become pieces of property that the government owns because their land, they built it, yada, yada, yada. So where does that money go if they sell? Do we know? Yeah.
Well, the money is supposed to actually go like for school boards. If we were to sell a property, right, we make a surplus to the board. There's all sorts of regulations around that. That money would actually go into our, around capital build. We just can't put it into our general coffers. You can't have property and say, used it for.
It's like a capital fund.
Yeah, so it's like a fund, and you can, and even if you want to spend it, you have to get permission from the government.
But it stays within your school board.
Yeah, that's right. However,
yes.
However, now they changed that regulation so that the province can actually take over that property, and they might sell it. Because we get lots of questions about, like in my area, what are you going to do with that property? Because we'd really like, the municipality would like to use it for, say, seniors housing or, a park and things like that. But we don't have any control what happens to that asset once we declare it surplus and it's bought by, say the municipality, but what the government does with it. So they might, we don't know, but they could actually sell it to a developer.
Okay. Well, I think in this day and age when they do nothing but talk about affordable housing, but they don't have land.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So they might do that, if they want to build,
they might.
And so they might, but we don't know, right? We will not have any control of how that property is then used.
Interesting.
Right. Bill 33 changes all the rights and regulations around that, and gives the the government the right to take over any unused property and use it at their own discretion. And as to what that could be, we don't know. As Janet said earlier, there used to be kind of like a line of things you would have to do, who the property could go to first, second, third, and fourth. But now if it's an unused property, the government decides what's going to be done within it. And as she said, it could be just sold off to a developer and they could do whatever they wish with it.
Or the other thing is you might, as a board, look at that property and say, we want to hang on to it. Okay, for whatever reason, it might be that you're looking at that property, and that you think that we're having growth in this way. We might want to reuse that property, right? Like to build a new school or a new elementary school. I'm just giving you examples. But they could actually, because now with Bill 33, they could actually say, that's nice, but we're taking it.
Okay, so this is where we have to pay attention to our member of provincial parliament as well, as they start looking at things, and maybe keep, as the average citizen, keep the lines of communication open with them and tell them the importance of those properties.
And that's exactly it. So I think, community are going to have to be much more vigilant, because they could just do something and you wouldn't be consulted, where before, there's lots of changes that happen municipally too, where they bypass municipalities and regulation in terms of development and things like that. So it goes part and parcel. And some boards in the province and areas are, they have a lot of property. In Toronto District School Board is a prime example of that, where they own a lot of property. They hang on to it. They might want to, they've used it for various things, because once you sell, that property in downtown Toronto, you'll never get it back. It's gone. And if you want to buy something in the future, you won't be able to afford it.
We're kind of getting that way around here too. I mean, Collingwood is pretty well, I call it landlocked.
Yeah.
Unless we annex something, we don't have very much free land.
Yeah.
There may seem to be free land, but often developers already own it for future developments. So
every square foot's owned by somebody.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or they're
right out to the edges of the borders. So it's a challenge everywhere. I mean, both Simcoe and Grey have the advantage of being big, or Blue Water have the advantage of having a big area, which does say we have some land. But I even listened to the farmers talking and saying, like, if you're going to build on all our farmland, where are you going to get your food? It's the same sort of thing.
And I think that's really important, right? Because who's then, responsible for putting those services in? So that becomes, that whole idea about you really want to have some density. And that's better for communities too, right? You don't want a school where every kid's going to be bused. Mike was talking about this would be great, to redevelop this property, because kids can walk to school. And isn't that what we all want? A school located in a community with housing around it, Well,
and not require busing or driving.
Yeah.
It's better for kids too.
It's better for kids. And you asked, what we kind of want to say or anything. And I think, for as locally elected public school trustees, is that we believe strongly that democracy is best close at home, and we're the only level of government that our sole focus is on education.
You focus on education, and you're focusing on kids.
Yeah.
And the really important thing here is they don't vote.
No.
Their parents do.
Yeah.
So we need to catch the parents, but we also need to kind of share with the kids that this is important.
Yeah,
because they need to understand democracy. Yeah. So Mike, before we run out of time, is there anything else you'd like to share with the viewing audience?
I would say that I guess the most important thing is that the people need to, take a look at what trustees do and reach out to their local MPP and say, hey, look, these trustees are locally connected. They're a lifeline to the school board, the Ministry of Education. I ask councils as well in my communities to do the very same thing.
And I think it's a very important link. And probably, I'm still going to say most misunderstood link. A lot of people still, I'm hoping after this hour, they will understand more of what you do on their behalf.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of folks have no idea what we do. So I'm really hoping that folks tune into this and get a better understanding of how we are that link for the community. We live in our communities that we represent, which is so different what the future holds.
Yes.
So,
and I do know, well, every 4 years these days, when the election rolls around, because I do this show and I do have some politicians on and different things, people often say to me, or will send me an email or a text and say, who am I voting for a school board trustee? Like, I don't know. I trust whoever you're voting for. And I thought, that's not the way you pick your trustee. Do your homework. And, I say that to some people, but I said, you need to, or reach out or go to, but we've kind of lost a lot of the open nights where you can meet all the candidates and talk to them about their views. Like, you guys have the worst, like chambers of commerce in different places will often do a mayor's debate or a deputy mayor's debate or a council debate. But I'm not sure trustees are often involved with that. And so it makes it harder for you to get your name out there and your desires known.
A person who wants to run to be a school trustee, I can tell you that my local, say chamber, ran, mayors and councillors, and I showed up. And because I was there, they said, well, Jan, do you want to talk? Do you want to, and I did. So you show up the same thing. I went to Ripley and I went to Lucknow, and you can bring your candidate card, if they say no, but in Ripley, because my kids went to school there, they said, Jan, we'll give you 5 minutes. So
that's fantastic though, because I don't know about the Blue Water District area, but we have fewer and fewer local newspapers, and our radio stations are coming shorter and shorter and shorter interviews. And I think a lot of people concentrate on mayor or deputy mayor, and not necessarily maybe some of the councillors, but do they look at the whole slate of things and educate themselves? Because you used to get a newspaper through the door and it would interview everybody. We don't do that anymore.
No.
Some of you have websites, you have, information, but it's fascinating to me. You mentioned democracy earlier, and democracy is key to all of this, to making it all work. The municipality, the school boards, your provincial association, it all works if everybody works.
And I think so that the other piece you're talking about is that that idea about going door to door. I mean, so people need to, you might have a platform, but you need to find out, well, could that person who's running to be trustee, can he do any of those things? Because we don't hire and fire the principal. We can't say I can promise to build a school, because you need the whole board to be in support of that.
Yes.
Each trustee is just a small component of a larger organism. So we have to work together to collaborate and collectively work towards goals. Right. So when you are knocking on doors as a trustee, it's not like as if you're a councillor or deputy mayor where you say, well, I'm going to change this and change that, because change comes as a collective process on a school board.
Yeah. So when you get elected, you represent all students of that board. So you might be elected locally, but once you're on the board, you have to think of the whole.
It's funny how we don't necessarily understand all the political ins and outs. Yeah. And I think trustees, you have large areas and you work with your fellow council or your fellow trustees to provide the best education possible for the kids in our communities. We've done it. We've run out of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I wish you the best, and maybe we'll talk to you leading up to the election next year. But thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much. Okay.
Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.
Connect with us by visiting our website or email us at comments@rogerstv.com.
Summer days, summer nights, lots of things to do, places to go, and people to see. If you're having a few drinks, be sure to plan ahead and get home safely. We don't want to pick you up. Drinking drivers risk injuries to themselves and others and take chances with their license, their jobs, and their future. Remember what's at stake and choose your ride, whether you're the driver, the passenger, or the party host. Thanks for supporting sober driving. I hope we never meet.
Visit arrivealive.org to find out more.
Hello to your cell phone. How can I help?
I need somebody, not just anybody. Won't you please, 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 please help me?
This is Rogers TV, Grey County. This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity. connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Welcome to Empowered. I'm your host, Jessica Flynn of thejessicaflynn.com, and our show is on a mission to unleash local wisdom for widespread impact. We are committed to inspiring positive change in our community and beyond. Joining us today is someone who has spent the last 2 decades elevating change makers across 5 continents. Suzanne F. Stevens is a multi-award winning social entrepreneur, international speaker, trainer, coach, community builder, and the author of Make Your Contribution Count for You, Me, We. As founder of the You, Me, We Social Impact Group and Foundation, she empowers conscious leaders to communicate with purpose and lead with intention. Suzanne is also the host of You, Me, We Amplified podcast and producer of the inaugural You, Me, We Summit, an immersive gathering designed to unite women entrepreneurs in accelerating their purpose, business, and social impact. Known as a true wave maker, Suzanne brings bold energy, practical insight, and an unwavering belief in the power of contribution. Today, we'll talk about women in leadership, the purpose-profit connection, and why conscious business is the future. Without further ado, welcome to the studio, Suzanne.
It's great to be here, Jess. Thank you for the invite.
Oh, thank you for coming. We've had so many inspiring and bold conversations over the last few months, and I was just so excited to bring you to set and unleash your wisdom with the rest of the South Georgian Bay community. So thank you for joining.
Thank you.
So you describe yourself and your work as a wave maker and wave making. Can you tell us what that means to you?
You know, yes, I absolutely can. You know how we use ripple effect all the time for anything we do and the impact it has on so many people?
Yeah.
Originally, I embraced that, and I still do embrace that philosophy. But the reality is, I am provocative, and women that are entrepreneurs are risk takers. They're innovative, they're creative, they have to be persistent. And that's more about waves. That's about something that starts something, and the impact it makes creates massive ripple effect. And because we're targeting entrepreneurs, and I am an entrepreneur, as you are, there's a different energy we carry. It is bold, and therefore I think I'm more of a wave maker, and the people I surround myself with and want to be around are those provocative disruptors.
Wow.
And that's where our UME Summit will be focusing on for that reason, because they're disruptors, and often can be lone wolves, which can be very dangerous when you really want to create a long impact that is sustainable.
What a beautiful vision. So how did all of this start? Can you tell us a bit of a snapshot of your origin story?
Yes, and it will be tiny under 2 minutes.
I know, right?
So I've been training leaders, sales teams, managers for 25 years. 12 years ago, due to many circumstances, I sold everything I owned, convinced my husband that we needed to do something provocative. So we backpacked through 19 African countries where we interviewed women pioneers. These women were the first of their kind, from politics to social entrepreneurs, change makers, through a number of different industries. These women taught me how to lead consciously, and they taught me how to bake a social initiative into my business.
Wow.
Interestingly enough, we often go to Africa to teach, and yet I went to Africa and I learned.
Right.
And although we were interviewing them with the goal of educating future African women leaders, we did do that, and there's still the podcasts that are most watched today.
Wow.
On UME Amplified. But no one was more inspired and educated than me.
Wow.
And it transformed how I approach business, how I lead, and how I bake social initiative into my business and inspire others to do the same.
So what were some of the lessons from your travels and from the conversations that you were having with these incredible women?
One of the big ones is, you know, we talk about collaboration here in the last 10 years. Before, we never really did, to be perfectly frank. Now that I've been back for 11 years now. Women leaders in Africa really do collaborate. They really do lift each other up, and they really do amplify each other's voices. We say we do that here. I gotta tell you, I've been trying really hard to get people to come along for a ride, even with the new summit that we're launching. It's difficult. People say the right thing, what they do is very different. And the African women taught me that when you get a group of women together that really believe in something bigger than themselves, they will support each other. I am still not sure that's going to happen here. I still believe it will because of the incredible women I have met in Simcoe Gray, and of course on 25 countries where I've interviewed women. So that was a big one. Leadership. Now that was huge. How they lead, it's not patriarchal, it's very much with, not in front of. And gave me the concepts of conscious leadership. Now, conscious leadership does exist in the West, and again, it's a new concept over the last 10 years. But I was learning it from these women who've been doing it for years.
Centuries.
Yeah.
Like,
That's how they lead. They lead beside and they inspire. So they get rid of the barriers and they become very inclusive and they listen. I mean, I've been teaching leaders how to listen and ask questions and take interest in other humans for years, but they really lead beside.
Wow.
The other key, and probably the most significant, is actually baking social initiative into their businesses.
Okay, tell us about that.
So, I never asked any of those women about their social impact. Never. We interviewed 70 pioneering African women. Their answer and solution was always baking social impact into our business.
Right.
And it wasn't until I left did I realize what do they all have in common? What I call conscious contributions is hyper-awareness of who, how, and when you contribute to another human being to make sure you are truly giving a hand up, not a handout. So you're providing dignity and opportunity. And the best way to provide opportunity to anyone is by giving them purpose, which is an income-generating opportunity.
Wow.
Rather than donating, which, listen, I don't want to, especially this time of year, I don't want to poo-poo on donating. But I do want us to realize as women entrepreneurs and any entrepreneur, when you hire someone that's marginalized, vulnerable, or underrepresented, when you hire them, you give them dignity, power, and purpose.
And that's the empowerment, right? It's the whole give a fish or teach to fish. And I think what we're going to talk about on the business side is that business can be designed to do a good thing and also be profitable. So we have so many questions here that we want Suzanne's insights on. But so you say that growth starts with you, expands through me, and amplifies with we. And it's kind of this framework that you've developed. I am hearing it must be somewhat inspired by this work.
Well, it is. It was actually inspired by a blog my husband and I did when we were traveling. But then I saw, after these 70 interviews, realizing I'm just going to kind of curtail what you actually just said. The you is your consciousness. When you're trying to uplift somebody else, are you conscious of the impact you're actually making on them? Are you asking them questions? Are you taking that beneficiary into the fold to make sure they feel pride and dignity? The me is our well-being. Now, I've crashed. During the pandemic, when I just launched my book and then there was a shutdown, I dove deep. And honestly, it really made the me come to life. And this is where we're taking care of ourselves. Because as you know, when you are committed to social impact, it is a labor of love.
Yes.
And we persevere, but at the same time, we may bottom out, and depression can hit. There's all kinds of residual that happens when you're so committed to something, and that happened to me. And so we have to focus on making sure we're strong in order for our beneficiary to benefit.
It's a lot of energy to be the wave, to create the ripples,
100%.
right? Yeah.
And then, of course, the we is about sustainability, about collaboration, and how you structure your initiative to ensure long-term impact and to be able to finance yourself, because I, as you know, believe in profit is not a dirty word.
No,
because profit feeds ourselves, feeds our family, but it also allows for our social impact to continue, but it also allows for our employees to also have a good life.
Yes.
And they should have a good life.
And we know that when women have wealth, we do good things in the world.
100%.
So, yeah. So one more question before we go to break. Why do you think that women entrepreneurs, who the summit is focused on, are uniquely positioned to lead in this space?
Oh my goodness. Well, we're innate, right? It's innate in us to be nurturers and to contribute and to lift people up. It is in us. Unfortunately, been conditioned in order to get ahead. Traditionally, we follow the patriarchy. You know, you go back to the 80s, a woman had to be tough and all these things in order to get her voice heard around the boardroom table. There was only one of us. There was only room for one of us, only room for one black person, Asian person, woman, all these underrepresented communities. That is shifting, not fast enough, because we know that women, I truly believe, if they are their authentic self and remove the conditioning from their decision making, we can truly transform the world. And that is not hyperbole. It is truthfully what I believe in my gut, that we just have to get rid of the conditioning, because it's innate in us to do things a certain way.
Yes.
So I coach women to get rid of that, to unblock it, to tap into authenticity, because when we're authentic, we will lead inclusively.
And boldly and with heart.
Yes, absolutely. We do have the bold side. I mean, we inherit that. We're a combination of feminine and masculine energy.
Yeah.
But I do believe it's women's time. Like, let's face it.
Yes.
We haven't done it.
Yeah.
We haven't done it. Give us a chance. The world's a mess.
It is.
Give us a
If we're
chance.
going to experiment trying something new, let's do it now.
Let's do it now.
And we see time and time again with more women leaders what's possible. So
Exactly.
After the break, we're going to continue this inspiring and empowering conversation with Suzanne and talk to you more about the You, Me, We Social Entrepreneur Summit coming to the South Georgian Bay area in January 2026. We'll be right back with Empowered. I'm your host, Jessica Flynn.
For 25 years, you've been helping to make our roads safer by doing the right thing. You've been the designated driver, you've stayed over, called home, you've called a cab or a friend, and planned ahead. Let's keep doing the right thing. Support sober driving by getting yourself and your friends home safely.
Do the right thing.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Are you a passionate content creator ready to expand your audience reach? Do you have unique stories, captivating hobbies, or special interests that deserve a spotlight? Rogers TV is here to amplify your voice within the community. We offer you the platform to broadcast your content to a wider audience. And the best part, it's completely free. Don't miss this opportunity to share your vision and engage with viewers. Find out how Rogers TV can transform your content journey today.
Welcome back to Empowered. I'm your host, Jessica Flynn, and today we're having an incredible conversation with Suzanne Stevens, founder of the You, Me, We Social Impact Group and Foundation, and we're about to learn all about the You, Me, We Summit coming up. So, Suzanne, what can attendees expect at this event coming January 2026?
A lot. It's an immersive summit. So often when you go to a conference or a summit, you're listening. And our goal for this summit is to get people to collaborate, to meet well-aligned fellow entrepreneurs who are well-aligned, particularly in the area that their social impact focuses on.
Okay.
So that they can see collaboration opportunities. Also, it's designed with the intent that you're going to work through some stuff and brainstorm with other people as well. So every single speaker, and we have about 18 speakers right now.
Wow, that's incredible.
3 panels, and is really about getting your questions answered, building on wherever you're at. So, you know, some people may think, okay, well, I've got it all figured out. I don't need a summit like that.
Does anyone think that, Suzanne?
You know what? If they do,
we need to learn from that.
It's not me. But it's not just for new entrepreneurs. It's for people that have been in the social impact space for years and want to up their game, and may look at new funding opportunities, or may look at different professional resources that they need, or they may need to align their social initiative or find out other ways that they can make a social impact. Or this is a big one for me, is how to brand that social impact.
Tell us about that a little bit.
Yeah, because, you know, one of my pet peeves is, and I will say women entrepreneurs, because that's where I focus, and it could be any entrepreneur. But women entrepreneurs often are humble. And that does not serve them.
I keep thinking of the wave, right? We need that bold, that momentum.
We need to own our destinies, which means not only we'll brand our business that's for profit, we'll do that, but we won't brand the impact that we're actually making. And if I look at a women's website, a women entrepreneur's website, very rarely do they have on the front page who their beneficiary is and how they impact them. That is part of your brand story.
Right.
As a matter of fact, that will increase your loyalty. That will increase your loyalty of your customers. It will intrigue funders, but it also, it's who you are. But yet we don't talk about it. It's in the back. Like, I research so often, I can't even find where their impact actually is. So I'm a huge advocate of let's elevate each other. And we're going to encourage that at the summit. So that, Jess, if I see you promoting something, why not elevate, amplify your message? Say, hey, Jess, repost it for you. So that we're spreading the word of these incredible women that are building something bigger than me and amplifying we.
I think earlier in the segment you talked about, you know, women in the workplace in the 80s, which wasn't that long ago for some of us. But I think this shift of, if you have success, it doesn't mean that I have less success or less power if you have power. So I think what's really exciting about this summit is bringing that to the forefront. And there's so much work to be done. We need all of these women front and center. I'm really, really excited to not only co-MC with you, but to attend. Like, I am there as an attendee as well.
Can I add just something?
Please.
It's not an or. It's an and. And once we realize I can be successful and so can you if I amplify your business and your impact. If I amplify your business, that's going to affect your impact as well. So we need to start talking about and. A matter of fact, the closing speaker, her name is Jennifer Spear, she will be talking about and a lot. Yes, and things that are barriers. She will be talking about that and how to move past that to create collaborative opportunities. So we're going to end with a bang. We're going to give you all of these lessons of from funding through to aligning with your purpose, to how to collaborate. A lot of co-presenters too. This is
and workshops, right? Not just presenters.
No. Nothing is just presentation. Nothing. It is all workshop based. Of course, and then you will be also co-presenting for talking about strategic planning, building on wherever you are. So everything that we do is building from the beginning right through to the end of the summit. It is very strategically placed. And then we're going to have a pitch competition a month later.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, tell us a little bit about that pitch competition. What's the vision and how does that work?
Well, so anybody who wants that registers, they tell us if they want to participate, and they can come to us after, because it is a month later. I will be doing a session on how to pitch, and we'll have funders that will be the judges, so anybody can attend this to watch how to actually pitch. So if you're looking for some money for your organization and also more awareness in the Simcoe Grey community, put your name into the pitch competition. So a portion of every ticket we sell is going towards that pitch competition. And it's a reasonable price ticket. It's actually extremely reasonable because often summits I go to are $1,200 to $1,600, and we're not charging close to that amount.
Right, that's a fraction.
Yeah,
it's a fraction.
But we are putting a portion of every ticket towards the summit, and I'm also looking for a sponsor and to help us give a good purse for that initiative.
Beautiful. And I know in my experience as a founder of a social enterprise, women are asked some interesting questions in those pitch rooms when you do have a soul-centered, heart-centered business of, well, that's a nice thing that you're doing, but what are the numbers? And there are some phenomenal opportunities, financial opportunities to pair profit with purpose. So I think that this particular event is really, really important. And the fact that it comes after the summit where you're immersed in community and learning and looking to those women in Africa who've been doing this long before we have, it's really exciting that you've brought this to our community.
There's two things that you've just mentioned, and it goes back to your question. What are the two differences? Well, there's three. The pitch competition, there's many, actually there's lots, but the pitch competition, the other one is the opportunity to be part of a community after. That's a huge one as well. So once we gather together, you choose. I mean, no pressure, but if you want to continue mining the intelligence of this group, that is going to be available to you. The third one, and it's big. You and I both say we're social entrepreneurs. However, we know that the non-for-profit sector also uses the term social enterprise. I am very specific about this summit. Social entrepreneurs, yes, you are welcome. Leaders of nonprofits, you are also welcome. There's a whole list of people that are welcome to this opportunity. People that are considering a social impact. People that are into the social impact.
Or curious. What's going on in the community?
All of you are welcome. We are designing it, though, for-profit entrepreneurs that make a social impact. I couldn't say social enterprise because the word gets too muddy. And there is no summit that's for women, for profit, and that is a social impact, and that's focusing on Grey Simcoe. There's nothing, now, even if you take it beyond across Canada or even North America, those three things don't all line up. It could be an entrepreneur.
And there's such power in that combination.
There's such power in that combination, and I have not found it, particularly with the for-profit, women, and social impact.
And that's often why wave makers can find themselves in a bit of exhaustion because we often have to show what's possible and create it ourselves, but hopefully this is more of a co-creation and we'll find linked arms and a lot of momentum behind this event. So thank you.
Co-acceleration.
Co-acceleration.
And I say that because a lot of people are already doing it.
Yes. With only 5 minutes left, we have so much more to learn from Suzanne, but what are you spoke to some of this in the motivation behind the event, but what are some of those biggest challenges you see that women entrepreneurs are still facing today?
Well, a lot of it is funding. A lot of it's doing it alone or with a small team, wearing all those hats. So the typical things women entrepreneurs may find themselves in. Funding obviously is a huge one. There is also the reality, and I'm going to say it, hormones.
Yes.
You know, the reality that a lot of us are at different phases in our lives, having children, a lot of people don't understand that. A lot of us are menopausal, and the adjustment that actually comes with that.
Women's health is a fairly new topic in North America.
Well, I mean, you couldn't even say menopause 2 years ago on TV. Like, it is a reality that we're dealing with a lot of those issues. We are innately emotional people. There are things that we need to talk about and want to just air and hear a perspective that's honest, but also compassionate. You know, we're compassionate towards our teams and yet not compassionate towards ourselves.
Isn't that the truth?
And so giving ourselves some grace to say, hey, you know, I'm a holistic person, and there's all of these things that are happening. You know, we often look to be liked, and the reality is, you know, if we're not always nice, oh, I hate that word. If we're not nice, we're considered the capital B. I cannot. That word is a wasted word.
It's time for enough of that. Let's move boldly into women in leadership.
That B is bold, no longer the other one.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
And it's just coming together to embrace each other at another level. And I still don't see that happening.
Right.
I really don't.
And I really want you to answer this question before we go in the next 2 minutes. What does conscious leadership look like in action, and how can we all practice it more?
Compassion, empowerment, inspiration, promotion, appreciation and recognition are just some of the keys to that. And the difference is, are you living at cause or at effect? Are you creating your life? Or are you letting your life happen to you?
Wow.
And at the summit, you'll find out.
Wow.
Because a lot of times we let life happen to us. I've been there.
Yeah.
I've been there. And rather than create our life. And when we hold up that mirror to ourselves and ask that very important question, am I at cause or am I at effect? And realize that a lot of times we are responding to life rather than creating our life.
Wow. Well, so grateful, Suzanne, that you could come on our show. You have so much wisdom. It's obvious why you are a multinational award-winning speaker and trainer and coach. And I'm just so grateful that we get to do this summit together. So please follow Suzanne. We're listing all of her social channels and the ways to reach out and learn more about the summit. As you heard, you're all welcome to learn, to co-create, and we'll be back with another episode of Empowered. I'm your host, Jessica Flynn. We'll see you next time.
Connect with us by visiting our website or email us at comments@rogerstv.com.
I am a member of the WARAM's Child Amputee Program. Through CHAMP, I get the artificial limbs I need to participate